And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another day of OSC 2024 mid-season playoffs number 2. I'm of course your VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat. Welcome to the second day of this event. The OSC mid-season playoffs, I imagine, is going to last a month, maybe more than a month. It's a very, very big event. The bracket is massive, so many players, and no one has been eliminated yet. I did see some people in the chat talking, conversing about, some potential matches and potentially not seeing some other players. Thankfully, it is double elimination. It is a double elimination bracket, double elimination tournament. So far, everyone is still in the event, despite some results coming in already. Like, for example, the big one for Jumi versus DRG. We did cast out last week. Last week we casted day 1. Today is day number 2. And for Jumi, he popped off. He had a crazy performance, and I believe for Jumi's next match is versus Shin. And I apologize. But I believe his next match is versus Shin. So if for Jumi can bring down DRG, can he bring down Shin as well? Maybe. Potentially, Papi, potentially. I don't want to rule that out, so best of luck to Jumi. Alas, today is not Jumi's day. Our lineups are as follows, as you can see on the chat. Oh, one moment, hold on. Baby Marine is not playing random. We'll have to fix that up. There we go. Up first, we have Baby Marine versus Jomek, followed by Azura versus Quanta, Art versus Papi in a PvP, Spirit versus Future in a TVT, Nightmare versus Young Yakov in a PvZ, alongside Cham versus Iba. I don't know if Iba played Protoss. It's very likely, but we have Cham versus Iba down the line, and at the end of the night, we have Art versus Hon Mono. Oh boy. So we have a lot of matches up ahead of us. I believe all the matches that I just listed are still in the upper half of the bracket. We are not covering any elimination matches today, and we are not covering any of the round 3 matches today. So we're still going through the initial rounds. We're still in the early matches of the tournament. Oh boy. Again, as I mentioned, mate, if we're casting 7 best of 3s a day, like 7 series a day, and everything's getting casted, if every single match is being casted, I'm pretty sure this is going to last like a month, 2 months. It's going to be a big event. it's going to be a long event, I should say. It's going to be a long one. We will not be casting everything, bear that in mind. It is going to be split between ourselves, between, I imagine, other casters like Wardy. Wardy's a big name, and I'm sure Wardy's going to be covering the final days. Potentially Dave Testa and Chicken Man and many other community casters as well. So far, we are only covering the first 2 days, and we'll see what happens later if we cast like day 3 or day 5 or day 10 or day 14, and we'll see what happens. For the time being, though, we've been covering the first 2 days. First 2 days. Oh, but here we go. Blinded by the light. Exactly. Oh, we're back. It's all good. But hello everyone in the chat. I see Kenny. I see Nikachu as well. No clone. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? No clown, papi. Ay. Psychon Sounder. I stand as well. Hope you're all doing well this lovely week. As a reminder as well, our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. Is going to be the Pondcast. So no tournament tomorrow. We're going to be going over the Pondcast, going over all the matches of the week, all the weekly tournament results. I see Babyling as well. Yes, the baby. Shaking my head. All right, here we go. We have our first series. We have our first matchup, and we are jumping into game 1. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. If you're in the chat, it's time to get your gamba going, papi. It's time to get your gamba going. Here we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Bearing in mind, this is going to be a best of 3 TVP. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran representing himself, currently teamless. It is Baby Marine. It's Rainer's little boy. Brother. It's spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Special People Esports. Oh, sorry, Super People Esports. It is Jomek. It's quite a mouthful, the name of the team. I'm shaking my head. SPE. But here we go. We have our initial PVT. Coming into this, I would favor Baby Marine. We have been casting a lot of Baby Marine recently, and it was 2 weeks ago that Baby Marine actually became our champion for the STC. He was the Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. He performed very well in our weekly tournament, and it did involve some cheese as well. We do have a Rax across the map. Now, bearing in mind, this is only a singular Rax for Baby Marine. Back at home, everything's looking as it should. I mean, I say that. Jomek is coming in with a probe scout. He should get a read on the missing Rax. And the problem with this matchup is that the Rax could be hidden further back in the main, could be hidden here at the natural, could be hidden at the third base, or even the other third base location as well. So it's on Jomek to piece together what's going on and to react, underreact, maybe even overreact to what is going on, as it is going to be the initial Reaper on the way. You can see here, Jomek, he's looking for the Rax further back in the main to make sure it is not, hidden back further and it isn't a fake out. Likewise, we'll be checking the natural, and from here should be going towards the third base location as well. So again, he's checking the standard locations where the Rax could be before really committing. And there it is, we have the safety Zealot in production for Jomek. He doesn't skip out. If he realizes that the Rax is back at home, then he can cancel the Zealot. But for the time being, Bunker is thrown down, and it's most likely going to be a real proxy, so the Zealot will pop out. So far, nice defense here by Jomek. Zealot is on the way. Bunker is almost out, and this is going to be actually blocking the Nexus. Oh my god. The Nexus is denied. The Zealot has arrived, and can we shut down the Bunker? Can we shut down that SCV? Going for the Bunker itself. Gets a couple of swipes in, and the SCV is so low. Oh, what a mess. One more, and it does go down. The Bunker is denied. The Reaper has arrived. We'll be able to pick away out of the probe, and can kite this Zealot to death as well, as it does dip into the main, going for another probe kill. Rax is sweating back home. And do we get another probe? It looks like, oh, we do! It's gonna be 2 probes so far. And can we get a third? It looks like we can. 3 probe kills. The Stalker will shut this down, and eventually this Bunker will be cancelled. But until then, Jomek is stuck on 1 base. So a very strong start for the Terran player. Has been able to successfully delay the expansion of Jomek, and will be keeping him on a 1 base economy for that much longer. Eventually, though, it's going to be cancelled in a couple of seconds. Hopefully not killed. Reaper dipping in. Oh, it's getting close. Ooh. There we go. We do have the cancel in time. There's a Nexus now on the way. It's a very late Nexus for Jomek, but still on the way nonetheless. As Baby Marine, he does pull back, and it's on him to figure out the tech of choice. We can see Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Jomek. Meanwhile, Baby Marine still has yet to determine whether this is Twilight Council, Robo, or a Stargate. Could be any of the 3 here for Jomek. Baby Marine still poking in, back at home, going for a 1-1-1 setup. We do have our CC on the way. CC is on the high ground just to be safe. The reason for this is because this initial Zealot that was made could just walk across the map. If there was a CC on the low ground, the Zealot could delay the command center as well. So a very safe play here at a Baby Marine, knowing that there is a Zealot, of course. As we can see, Zealot's being kept at home, but if it were to move out, it could threaten the command center. It could threaten the base. This Baby Marine is going to be settling in and calming down. We go. First, easy. Shaking my head. Hope you're all well too. It's good to hear, Cyclone. It's good to hear. Good to hear. As CC will not be landed. Meanwhile, in the main base, we do have a 2-1-1 setup. Interesting. I mean, I imagine this is going to be working towards a 3rd Rax, but this is a very fast tangle on the way here for Baby Marine. Behind this, going for initial Cyclone drop, so the aggression does continue. We do have Baby Marine, of course, applying initially aggression and delaying the expansion, delaying the economy here of Jomek, and it continues. With the Cyclones into the main. Now, we see it's going to be Blink. Blink is on the way here for Jomek. Meanwhile, 2 gateways in the main. No gateways at the natural, so it looks like 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Looks like Jomek is trying to play out a standard macro game. And yep, there it is. 3rd base is on the way. So, very economic focus to try to catch back up. It also means that Baby Marine has nothing to really be concerned about. He's pretty safe back at home, as Cyclones do dive into the main, and they confirm the tech. Twilight Council is now scouted. They confirm the production or the researching on the building. Baby Marine fully aware. At the same time, Reaper into the natural does get 4 probe kills together with the Cyclones. Oh my god. Thankfully, there's a shield battery saving the extra workers. Cyclones are coming back in. 4 probes so far. Reaper's cleaned up. Cyclones into the main, and more probes are going down. No shield battery. Okay, only getting up to 5 worker kills. So far, so good for Baby Marine. Meanwhile, back at home, we do have our follow-up, of course. It is going to be that 3-1-1 that we did mention. Stim is on the way. Marines are amassing. This should be working. This shouldn't be like the all-in or the setup for an all-in. We should be working towards a 3rd base eventually. But for the time being, we're staying on 2 bases, being secure, and making sure there is no crazy Stalker counterattack. So Baby Marine is looking good. Meanwhile, across the map, Jomek trying to settle into his own economy. with that third base, followed by the Bay and a Forge working towards Colossus, working towards +1. Again, the army, or the size of the army for Jomek is going to be quite small leading into this. He's going to be stuck at home. He's not really going to be threatening Baby Marine, and we'll see how greedy the Terran is going to be in the aftermath of this. There's kind of two approaches you can go for. Either just go for a third base and build up, or Baby Marine could try to break Jomek before he can really get into his own game. Remember, right now he just doesn't really have much of an army. He has some Blink Stalkers and that's it. Colossus are on the horizon, but it's possible that Baby Marine can hit a timing where he moves out before there's really a critical mass of Colossus. I'm referring to 1, maybe 2 Colossus at most. We'll see when Baby Marine does push. The Observer does spot the production, does spot the army. The Observer ideally gets a read on when the army moves out to let Jomek know when to warp in. It's a bit of a balancing act at the moment with Jomek. He's just making as many workers as possible, taking up into upgrades, into production. The army does move out. Jomek does spot it. Jomek is aware. And that is the first Colossus in production. So there's going to be 1 Colossus to defend. Jomek is aware what's going on. He's setting up. We need shield batteries. Pappy, we need shield batteries. We need overcharge. We have a scan. Shield batteries now on the way. The Observer looks like now he has confirmed the army's missing. Jomek, he wasn't looking. He wasn't paying attention earlier. He doesn't know. And these shield batteries are late. The army's rotating. The first Colossus has arrived. But the tanks are getting within range of the pylon. Shelling with the main army. Pylon under fire. Pylon is going to go down. And that depowers the shield batteries. No overcharge. The base is going to go down. The base, it's going to fall. Again, just a late reaction from Jomek. Not in position. The base goes down, and just like that, Baby Marine has a massive lead. Containing his opponent, Slide comes back into the main. Probes are going down, and Baby Marine is just pulling Jomek apart. Just cannot keep up. Taking another third, an exposed third base as well. A very difficult base to hold on to, as there's high ground right next to the third. Baby Marine, he rotates, he sees, he'll confirm. He should. There we go. Yeah, forces a cancel. Scans ahead of time, spots the lack of army, and again, like, what can Jomek do here? Building up more Stalkers. A lot of the army tied up in the main, waiting for those Cyclones. And a Baby Marine, he doesn't press the issue here, he pulls back. As I say that, another double drop is coming in. Now the Observer does at least spot the main army. That should give Jomek at least a little bit of, a little bit of safetyness here. But little does he know there's a double drop coming back in to reinforce. Baby Marine, he's not done. Army rotates, drop into the main. Wouldn't mind Zoo borrow the probes. Oh my god. Oh, it's insane connections. 9-11 probes go down. GG gets called as Baby Marine pushes into the natural, and Baby Marine takes game number 1. GG. Very impressive game. Very impressive. GG, well played. Jomek had a hard time keeping up. On top of that, unfortunately, even though the Observer of Jomek did spot the move out, it looks like he didn't notice it to himself. If you remember, it was a couple of seconds later that Jomek manually moved the Observer closer to the natural, so it looks like he hadn't noticed the move out and he was looking for the main army. Then he noticed it wasn't there. Then he threw down the shield batteries, but it was a lot later. The army took longer to rotate, and Baby Marine, he was able to siege within range of the Nexus and the pylon. Like, that was just the kill move then and there. If Jomek had been able to spot it in time and react in time, maybe a different game state. He would have had faster shield batteries. His army would have been in front of the pylon and would have had an overcharge as well. Like, a very different kind of dynamic would have unfolded, and potentially defense as well. Regardless, GG, well played. And we're getting into game number 2. Baby Marine, he does lead the series, but I want to believe we can have a back and forth as we are embracing a very different map. Let's go. Very special aspect about this tournament, by the way, for those who are maybe unaware, for those who didn't watch day 1 or don't watch OSC events, we feature an extended map pool. An extended map pool, papi. Here we go. We don't just feature the current ladder or tournament maps, we feature some older maps that were voted on as well. We're going to be loading into Cosmic Sapphire. It's been a while, papi. It's been far too long, far too long. Cosmic Sapphire is on the way. This was in the ladder map pool back in 2021, I think. Maybe late 2021, coming into early 2022. No, I think even earlier than that. around that era, around 2021 era of StarCraft. So it's been a couple of years, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Cosmic Sapphire, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself, currently teamless, but ahead in the series, it is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Poland, representing Super People's Esports. It is Jomek. We go. And again, it's been a while since we've embraced Cosmic Sapphire. It is a much larger map, and the map pool has a lot of bases, a lot of wide open spaces in the center of the map as well, a lot of different attack paths. You can open up rocks to make things a little bit more open in the center of the map as well. There's a Zonaga on the right hand side of the map, which does actually scout the main attack path, really, on at least the right hand side if you expand in that direction. And there is also a gold base, which doesn't really come into play too often. In a long late game, we could see the base being taken, but early on it's usually avoided, as it is very exposed, very wide open, usually to avoid that gold. There was also a very popular proxy location here, if you recall, where you can go for a proxy 2 racks in this location, and you can actually save the SCVs if they're on the right hand side. Like, they just cannot be attacked, even if they get scattered. We've seen many, some workers being pulled to try and deny the proxy, and it just fall in its face. This was very trendy back in the day, which is also why there's a Terran statue to honor the Terran proxy. It was awful back in the day. Not like this, not like this. Speaking of proxy, once again, proxy factory across the map. Okay, Baby Marine going for the initial racks, going for the factory instead. And are we looking to float into the main? I feel like if we were, it'd be closer to the edge, right? If we wanted to float into the main and go proxy Widowmine, that is a build. That is something that has happened at the pro level. Otherwise, factory into Starport into Hellion Drop could be another option. I'm curious what is going to be done here for Baby Marine. I mean, the main base is quite large. There is a massive space here that you can try to make use of. Do we float in? Are we that crazy? That's Starport, yeah, there we go. Hellion with the Starport. It's going to be a Hellion drop. It's going to be a Hellion drop into the main base. Now, the other thing this could be is it could be Hellion Liberator. We could see Hellions harassing the natural, and then a Liberator slipping into the main as well. Both are viable, both are possible. I'm leaning more towards a Hellion drop, but we'll see. Reapers are on the way. Reapers help harass. The other added value here with the Reapers is if there is a wall off, if there are units to wall off the ramp or wall off the entryway into the natural, then KDA charges will knock the unit out of position and allow the Hellions to flood in anyway. And it's going to be the drop. Okay. So a Hellion drop into the main. We have Reapers to reinforce as well. And Jomek, we'll see how he responds. For the time being, that is an extra gateway. Okay, it's going to be 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink out of Jomek. Let's go. Oh wait, my apologies. For some reason, I thought that was a 3rd gateway. In my brain, there was a gateway here on the low ground. So 2-gate blink here from Jomek, so he'll be able to warp into units at a time. He has 2 Stalkers so far at the natural. Reapers are going to be dipping in. Ideally, they distract. These Reapers, they drag the attention of these Stalkers away, and they allow the Hellions to be dropped in. Here we go, the Hellions, they're barely not in vision. They go for the dive. Hellions is the main, Reapers towards the natural. How many probes do we get? 3 Hellions do 1-shot probes. They do 1-shots, and they're lining up. 4 or 5 probes going down already. Oh my god, 9 probe kills, and on top of that, we save the Hellions. Oh no, did we save them? We do. Hellions are saved, Reapers in the natural, still getting more damage done. Now we can focus on the micro, on the control, getting 15 probe kills, an entire mineral line gone already. Oh no. Not like this. Behind this proxy tank. Let's go. And there's that Liberator that we mentioned earlier. So again, he's doing it all. Why not? Proxy Hellion drop into a Liberator, into a proxy tank as well. Doing it all. It's a 1-base all in. There is a CC on the way, true. Macro game, Bobby. Macro game. Kappa. So Baby Marine, he's expanding behind this, but he's all in. He is all in with this. It's all or nothing. Adept gets across the map, gets eyes on the CC. But here comes the main army. Here comes Baby Marine. The pylon is exposed. We have 2 Stalkers in the main. We have 4 Stalkers here at the natural, 6 in total. Blink is almost done. But Blink is not done quite yet. And again, this position looks so exposed. Liberation has arrived, and we're going for the pylon. Pylon is going to go down. Oh, we have the overcharge. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Overcharge is not strong enough. DPS is too high. Pylon goes down. And the Baby Marine, he's gaining ground, pushing even further. We have a backup pylon on the way, but still within range of the tank. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We just focus on the shield battery. Backup pylons on the way. Robo under fire. Without a Robo, there's no Immortals. There's no safety mortal made either. As Jean-Mick, he blinks in. Does take down one of the tanks. Oh, but the punish is real. That's 2. That's 3 Stalkers going down. 3 Stalkers left. And Baby Marine, he has control of the low ground. The boys, they will be pulled away. They will evacuate. Thankfully, I was waiting for the Hellion volley, but alas, the workers do escape. Bunkers on the way. That's going to be a kill on the natural. And Jean-Mick in the main. Oh, the Liberator has arrived. Getting 3 probes. 3 more probes go down. Baby Marine gaining ground. And honestly, Baby Marine, he doesn't have to push in. He can just expand back at home and get into a longer game. Speaking of, Jean-Mick does break out. Going across the map. Let's go. That also means there's very little to defend back at home. If Baby Marine realizes what's going on, he can just push in. He can just go. He just walk up the ramp if he wanted. He spots it. He spots it. He spots the army. He's going in. He knows. Baby Marine, he does know. Does waddle up the ramp. Liberator within range. Tank sieging up. Will we force a recall? Liberator from behind as well. The libs, they're everywhere. Boys are being pulled. And even if the tanks are cleaned up, the losses, they're brutal. As 23 plus probes are going down, the Marines, they stand strong. They shut down every single worker. Oh my god. 1 probe left. 1 worker left in the game. And Baby Marine, yeah, done it. Takes down the Stalker. GG gets called. Baby Marine will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Baby Marine. Having some fun here in game number 2, going for the proxy factory with the proxy starport as well. Unfortunately, Jean-Mick was unable to scout what was going on. If you recall, I believe Jean-Mick did not go for a probe scout this time, so he had that much less information to work with. He was going for a more macro opener. It was 2-gate blink. If you remember initially, I was like, yo, 3-gate blink? That would, you know, give a more defensive advantage here to our Protoss player, but it was 2-gate blink instead. And unfortunately, an Immortal was never made from the Robo. The Robo was left alone, and there definitely could have been an Immortal made if Jean-Mick had realized how much danger he was in. I think he just assumed it was going to be, oh, just a Hellion drop, and then like a standard game next, like after that, right? It's like to get into a more standard setup. I think he had just made that assumption. Maybe he thought it was only a proxy starport and not a proxy factory, but the fact that so much was proxied, the fact that Jean-Mick didn't know, did mean that it was more committed, more all-in, and Jean-Mick was unable to piece that all together. He didn't realize how much danger he was in. He thought it was, you know, just a Hellion drop, and then that was it. It was more than that. It was far more than that. GG, well played. Baby Marine will take the first series. Congratulations. Congratulations. Here we go. Go. And with that, we are getting ready for our second series. Again, it's going to be 7 best of 3s here tonight. We just had our first. Congratulations to Baby Marine. And up next, we have another PvT. We have Azura versus Quanta. Let's go. Of course, big fan of Quanta with his more unique style of play, but I'm curious how he approaches Protoss players. It's going to be a PvT. Quanta, the Korean Protoss, up against Azura, the Italian. Sorry, Quanta, the Korean Terran, up against Azura, the Italian Protoss. Oh. Oh. Hold on, I have to pay out predictions. Oh no. I forgot to pay out. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the #1 Xian fan in the world. We have the Italian Protoss player for Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team New Angels. It is Quanta. Hold on, I'll get those predictions going. Don't you worry. Setting them up. And bam. Okay. Predictions should now be open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Who do I favorite here? The problem is that I don't get to cast enough of Quanta. Like, I get to cast Quanta like maybe once a month, maybe a couple of times a month if we're casting OSC King of the Hill. Quanta, he's a very stylistic kind of player, does embrace mech from time to time, does have a very unique style against Zerg as well. Against Protoss, I'm a little bit less familiar, so I'm curious to see how Quanta will approach this. Likewise, Azura has been looking quite impressive as of late. Azura is a player that sometimes I overlook at times, but in these online weeklies, Azura has been getting better and better results. So I do think it's going to be a little bit harder to call. We'll see. I'll see how this goes. As Azura is being as annoying as possible. I should also update the in-game name. Hold on. Un momento. Un momento. There we go. There we go. For the time being, it's going to be a Gate, a Cyber Expand, standard opener out of Azura. Meanwhile, across the map, Rax Expand. For the first time tonight, no proxy for the Terran. Quanta opening up in a more standard fashion, something that we have yet to see here in tonight's broadcast. Este Baby Marine. But again, Baby Marine, he is more of an aggressive, more cheesy player, which is what we expected out of that series. It's what we saw in Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, in those TVPs. We go. As the Reaper is going to be getting across the map, we do have a Twilight Council opener here out of Azura. So once again, Twilight Council into Blink. But because Quanta is going for a more standard opener, we should be able to embrace the mid game. We weren't able to do so in the last series. The games are very fast. The series has ended very quickly. But this time we should be able to, embrace the mid game, maybe even a longer back and forth. I hope so. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. For now, it's going to be 2-gate Blink. Twilight Council on the way. Back at home, we do have our own setup as well, going into a 1-1-1. No crazy 3 racks or 2-1-1 even. Everything looking as it should for the time being. I say that, interesting. Quanta is investing into Hellions, which is not often done on their own. So we have initial Hellion production. I did mention earlier that Quanta is prone to playing mech against Zerg. Is he crazy enough to do it here? It's too early to tell, especially with the tech lab on the racks, assuming there's no add-on swap. So we can rush into Stim. Okay, Liberator opener. It's going to be Hellion Lib initially. And there is that one Reaper. So very aggressive start from Quanta. Stim is being researched. But with Hellion Reaper, the goal here is to get economic damage. As we have another set of Hellions on the way. With only one Reaper though, this is risky. The KDA charge has to be on point. Remember, it is 3 Hellion shots to one-shot a probe. So we have our 4 Hellions ready. 2 more axes behind this. Quanta, he's going in. He's committing. Oh my god. Okay, doesn't go for it. He sees the wall, thinks better of it. Liberator still on the way. I imagine he wants to try to line this up. Liberator in the natural or the main, and then the ground army dives in. Meanwhile, Azura does wall up quite nicely. Blink is about to finish. And has Quanta kind of missed his timing. Third base now being thrown down. Quanta dipping in once again. Is revealed. Liberator to the main. And I feel like Azura should be fine, especially with Blink. Should be able to hold on. Behind this, going for the add-on swaps, getting into tank production. Liberator sieging up. Hellions up. Don't quite go for it yet. They're waiting for the Stalkers to move out of position. Stalkers, they do move out. Uh-oh. Stalkers do respond. Hellions dive in, but once again, they are denied. Good movement here by Azura. Likewise, Liberator gets 0 kills. Azura, he reacts in time, pulls away. And no damage is done. Up! Oh my god, one Stalker does fall. Unfortunately, a little bit of a miscontrol there from Azura. Was unable to save it. Hellions, once again, they can still threaten a mineral line. They can still one-shot probes. And back at home, Quanta is building up. And now Azura does see all of this with the Observer. If there's ever a move out, Azura will know. At least the Observer will know. And Azura's committing to a gateway composition. 4 more gates on the way. This is going to be a 6-gate setup. Into charge. Ooh. Probes are lining up. And we get some okay damage. But the Hellions are going to be cleaned up as well. Hellions will go down. And they managed to get 8 probe kills. Not bad. Okay. I assumed it was going to be a little bit less, but 8 workers go down in total. Not a bad start. Scan into the main reveals the entire production setup alongside the bay for Colossus. And they see the Twilight Council still researching. Then now it can't be Blink, it must be Charge. So Quanta's fully aware. Starts his own move out. The Observer did spot this. Azura in position. Does threaten the tanks. Forces a pickup. Oh. Does force a pickup. Another Stalker goes down. Azura picking away at the army. Does slow it down. Getting a Marauder, getting some Marines. Shield battery is ready. Colossus has... Oh my god, the move command! Calm down. Colossus has arrived. Overcharge gets pumped. First tank falls. Oh, but the other does siege. Yeah, massive tank volley is going off. Quanta is gaining ground, and the overcharge is about to run out. Again, a Stalker volley was missed earlier. But can we get on top of the tanks? Charge will take pile in. First tank is being targeted. It's going to be close. Oh, the Colossus goes down. Massive pickup. And Quanta may just have too much. Takes down the Zealots. Pushes on further. But a Disruptor has arrived. Never goes up. Takes down the tank. Very nice pickup. Azura's holding. But another tank does make it from across the map. We have a 3rd CC on location. Quanta's not all in. Azura's so close to forcing this back. Does spot the drop, is aware, blinks, but won't be able to keep up. As Medivacs say, get into the main. There is a warp in though, just in time. Azura holds. At the same time, Zealot counterattack gets into the mineral line. There are reinforcements. Quanta will defend, losing 1 SCV. Oh, and just the one. 1 SCV goes down. Azura getting back into Colossus, and now we can embrace the mid game. It was tense, Pappy. It was tense. I'm still concerned about the Colossus. Hopefully we can pull back a little bit, but it's okay. Quanta's pulling away. And now that Azura's held, we have double forge, double upgrades. Soon to be a 4th Nexus as well. Quanta still has map control, so Azura has to be very wary, very careful. Has vision with the Observer across the map, but has no vision here in the center. Unaware of the double drop, or the triple drop even. And there's not much to protect the natural base. Quanta looking for spotter Zealots, spotter Pylons, spotter Observers. Speaking of, the Zealots now fan out. After Quanta was checking. So it does miss the Zealots, just barely. There is an Observer in the dead space. As Azura stabilizing, 2nd Robo's on the way for double disruptor production. The left-hand drop is spotted by the Zealot. Azura is aware. And does respond. At the same time, Medivacs is spotted as well. There are 3 Stalkers in position. We have double pronged attack here from Quanta. The massive blink. First Medivac doesn't go down. But Azura does deflect. Oh, he spots the Observer. He gets away. Barely. Observer does get away. Azura takes a 4th. Quanta pulls back. Again, really tense positional play here, and they both keep up with each other. Quanta doesn't get damage. And Azura expands. Likewise, so does Quanta. We're getting into a 4-base economy. We're calming down. Calming things down, building up. Fusion core is on the way. That's going to be for Liberator range. So Quanta working towards Biotank Lib. Likewise, Azura refining his Robo-based army. with his Colossus, Disruptors, Temple Archives, that'll be for Archons. The armies will back off. Again, this is like the polar opposite of that Baby Marine series. But they ended things real quick here. No. We're calming things down, building up. We're playing StarCraft. Let's go. Hallucination going for a scout, getting eyes on the Ghost Academy, getting eyes on not quite the Fusion Core yet, but we do spot at least the Viking production. That's what I'm mostly aware of what's going on. Likewise, that Observer is still over the main army. So he is aware of the unit composition. Interesting. Azura embracing every form of splash damage. Okay, it's going to be Disruptor, Colossus, and Storm as well. All three. ¿Por qué no los tres? ¿Por qué no los tres? Why not? Dark Shrine is on the way. +1 air attack. Interesting upgrade choice. This tells us that Azura's maybe thinking of Sky Toss. He's thinking about it. Main army spotted. Do you have a flank on the left-hand side? Azura trying to keep up. Does divert most of the attention here on the right. Does spot the Ghost. The Novas. The Disruptors. Up! Up! We go for the Sim. We go for the dive. We get 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. Every single Disruptor goes down. One Nova goes off. But a massive catch. Azura caught out of position. Caught with his pants down. Every single unit goes down. And in the blink of an eye, Quanta. He takes a massive supply lead. Up 50 army supply. Oh my god. Azura. Unfortunately, his army was entirely exposed. Massive storms on the bio, though. Storms do somewhat make up for it, but alas, Quanta still stemming in another big storm. Oh my god, we're just standing in the storms. Quanta, calm down. You can't take it, man. It's still breaking through the 4th base. Tanks are left behind. The bio army fighting on its own, but it's going to be enough. It breaks through. GG gets called, and Quanta will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. That was as unfortunate as it gets for Azura. My heart goes out to him, where unfortunately, because of his army movement, he had exposed every single one of his Disruptors and his Colossus at the same time. It was the worst fight that could have happened for the Protoss, where every Disruptor went down, 1 Nova went off. I think that was, what, 6, 7 Disruptors being sniped before a single Nova connected, and likewise a Colossus as well. Unfortunately, Azura did not spot the army on the right, or I should say, he did spot it initially. He did spot the army initially, which is why he had rotated towards the right-hand side, but I guess maybe he thought that the main army had rotated towards the left or was elsewhere. He didn't have confirmation, and things went from bad to worse there for Azura. GG, well played. Was building up towards a longer, later game, but did end in the blink of an eye. One small mistake in StarCraft 2 can cost you the entire game. GG, well played. Quanta does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2, and once again, I'm excited. Once again, let's jump into this. I mentioned before that we do feature an extended map pool in this tournament. It's your regular ladder maps, but our players, through their veto process, have embraced an older map. This time, it's not Cosmic Sapphire. This time, it's Eternal Empire. Let's go. Let us go. Oh no. I don't think he's supposed to just soak storms like that. Oh, he just wanted to get clean, Bobby. He was, don't worry about it. Don't worry. As here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Eternal Empire. We have the Italian Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. Down in the series, let's see if he can bounce back. It is Azura. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team New Angels, leading the series 1-0. It is Quanta. Here we go. As for now, we are settling in again. Welcome one and all, once again, after many years to Eternal Empire. It's been quite some time. This is a very large map. I could be mistaken. Maybe You know, we can get some fact checkers out there. But I think Eternal Empire is bigger than any map in the current map pool. Maybe just feels that way, but I'm pretty sure it's bigger than Alcyone? Question mark? It's big though. It is quite big. A lot of base to be taken. We have the Ascension Zelnagas, of course. We have the high yield gas geysers. It's been a while, and it's a map that I do miss. Was near and dear to my heart. I have some trauma on this map. I bring it up all the time, but I casted like an over hour-long game on Eternal Empire. It was Eternal. It was during the I think it was the TSL 4 qualifiers, the Open Global Qualifier. We were casting Neeb versus Gung Fu Banda, and yeah, I was casting with Yoda Slim, and we were locked in for a very long time. Oh no. Relationships that were made and broken on Eternal Empire. Oh. It was a wild map, a wild time back in the day. Had a lot of late game on this. I remember casting a late game ZVP between SOS and Dark. SOS and Dark. That was wild as well. That was when SOS made his return. And I remember I think it was a cannon rush, which led to Dark expanding on the left-hand side with a ninja base, and SOS lost his own main, I think, and then SOS had taken this base, and it was just crazy. It was nonsense. where Dark, he controlled top left, and SOS controlled bottom right, and then things stabilized. It was crazy. Good times. Good times back. But it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. It's going to be Twilight Council here out of Azura, standard opener once again from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, Quanta going for a Rax expand into a factory and starport. Sorry, factory and second Rax? Wait. What? Interesting. So this I'm not entirely fond of. Quanta's going for a more aggressive build. He's going for a Rax before starport. This usually leads, or it doesn't usually, it can lead into a 2-base all-in, which can be quite aggressive. Meanwhile, Azura going not for Blink, for DTs. Okay, we're clowning it up, Pappy. Let's go. It is going to be a DT opener here out of Azura, not Blink. I made an assumption, and it is going to be the Dark Shrine instead. And things are about to get rowdy. On the one hand, DTs are very hit and miss in this matchup. As you can imagine, scan, right? It's like if the Terran player, if they don't mule efficiently, right? If they're not on top of their mules 100%, if they have a scan available, then they will be able to shut down the DTs without taking too much damage. But if a Terran player mules at the wrong time, the game can just end. And it was not that long ago. It was like a month ago. We casted Geralt versus Bjorn in ESL Open Cup Americas. I think it was in the second last Americas, or maybe the third last Americas of the season. And Geralt did beat Bjorn with this build. He went for a DT opener, Bjorn muled, and then Bjorn GG'd. Like he had to. What could he do? He muled. That there was nothing he could do. So DTs can end the game, and we'll see if we can get across the map. Oh my god, that's a jeez. Oh my, that's a 2-base all-in, Pappy. That's not just DTs. That's DTs and an 8k charge all-in on Eternal Empire. So coming into this game, I just assumed we were going to be getting a longer macro game, but no, Azura's going for an all-in. Meanwhile, Quanta back at home is playing safe. Because of the faster Rax, that means faster stim, that means more Marines into a follow-up starport. We'll see how this shapes up. The Prism is moving out. Here come the Dark Templar. Meanwhile, Raven is on the way. Quanta opening up Raven, which again is not unheard of in this matchup, and he's got it. My apologies, he did scout earlier with the Reaper. He did get eyes on the Dark Shrine. He's fully aware of what's going on, and he's getting ready. DTs into the main, Raven's in position, and the DTs are denied. Now,
make more depots.
The plus side here, even though these DTs are doing no damage, it doesn't matter. This is merely phase 1. This is phase 1 of a two-phase plan. It's a 2-base all-in. Double Prism? Wait, what? Is that intentional? Okay. Remember, we have 8 gates. It's a 2-base all-in. We have 8 gateways. We have a lot of zealots available here for Azura. And here we go. Double drop into the main. We have Archons. We have charge lots. Quanta moves out. No, he's out of position. Quanta moves out. As he moves out, Azura moves in. You know what it is. The pants. He's pulling them down. Oh, no. He's out of position. We're diving into the main. Massive warp in as well. And the main base is compromised. We came to the production, and Quanta has to go for the all-in, has to go for the base trade. But he's still out on the map. This map is huge. It takes years to get across the map. He's still moving out, and meanwhile the main base is on fire. Zealots in the main, SCVs are going down. Ay, ay, ay. Quanta finally getting across the map. It takes an eternity, papi. And we have a recall. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Prism recalls back home. We have Archons to defend. Overcharge as well. Yo, the Archons, they will shut this down. Autocharge thrown down as well. Quanta trying to gain ground, but time is on Azura's side as there's still nothing in the main. Everything's still on fire. Yeah, Archons, they dive in. They focus on the Marines. GG gets called. And Azura ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god. It's not how I expected this game to turn out at all. GG, well played. Azura going for the 2-base all-in. As a reminder, Quanta did not know. Quanta was aware of the DT opener. That's true. He was aware of the Dark Templar. He was ready for the Dark Templar. He was not ready for a 2-base all-in. And again, he was out of position. He was moving out just as the prisms came into the main. And just like that, GG. GG, well played. There was nothing that Quanta could do. And we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let's go, man. And that is why Uturla never move out his Terran. Oh, Kappa. I mean, that kind of true. I mean, unfortunately, Quanta just was lacking information, right? Had made an assumption. He had assumed that, okay, it's just a DT opener into a 3rd base. There was no follow-up scout. There was no scan, right? If he had scanned the main, for example, or gotten anything into the main base, and if he had seen that gateway explosion, different story. Suddenly, Quanta doesn't move out. Suddenly, he stays back at home. He turtles up. Hunkers down. GG. GG. Oh. Here we go. Getting into game number 3. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcione, we have the green Protoss player from the land of Italy, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team New Angels. It is Quanta. Here we go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in, and we had a pretty standard, I mean, I say standard, it was a very tense that led into, you know, the mid to late game in game 1. You know, we got macro out of the first game. Game 2 was chaos. It was pure chaos. Mainly from the side of Azura. Azura created all the chaos with his 2-base all-in. Game 3, what do you have for us? I feel like my eyes have to be on Azura, and even if I see a Twilight Council, I cannot just assume it's going to be Blink. Clearly, it can be something else. We go. Every now and then, whenever there's a Twilight Council opener, I'm like, oh, it could be DTs, I guess. But like, usually it's like never really worth bringing up. But I mean, technically true. Can happen. It's like technically it can be charged, but that's also really rare. Tis a rare sight. Meanwhile, probes got into the main, double gas opener, delayed CC into a faster factory, a much more tech-heavy, arguably a safer start, or more aggressive start for Quanta, depending on how he makes use of this. This can lead into additional Cyclones, can lead into a Widowmine drop, into Reaper Hellion. We'll see what direction Quanta does take us in. They can even lead into something like Banshee play. Banshees have been quite trendy in TVP. You haven't seen it today, but very often is seen in today's meta. As the probe does recall back home. Nice save from Azura. Does recall back, and we'll see what kind of tech we embrace. Could be a Twilight Council, could be Robo, could be a Stargate. Here we go. Reaper's moving out to scout, to harass. Gonna read what's going on. Does spot the Reaper Cliff. Does spot the Warlock. And behind this, it is going to be the initial Cyclone from Quanta into a 1-1-1. Meanwhile, we do see Azura going into a Twilight Council. Now again, I assume this is going to be Blink, but it could be DTs again. Could be. It's possible. Dipping into the natural. Gateway is revealed. So far, 2 gate opener out of Azura. Shield battery has been thrown down. Just really safe play from our Protoss players so far. Just securing themselves. Ooh, Quanta did invest into a second Reaper. And there it is. It is going to be Blink. So something a little more standard. Something a little more by the book. Back at home, there's Yadosov. Are we going Banshee? We did mention it earlier. And it could be Banshee tank here from a Quanta. Yadosov, do we see the Banshee? Do we see the... Yep, there it is. Banshee production has begun. Cloak is on the way. And we should be seeing a tech lab and tank production here from the factory as well. Meanwhile, the Adept is shut down. And Quanta has yet to confirm what's going on. Dipping into the natural, does get eyes on the Twilight Council. And does spot it researching as well. Oh, just knocking the Stalker out of position. Reapers are going to the main. And they go for the dive. Go for the dive. Going for the mineral line. Probes are forced off the line as well. And Quanta does get a probe kill. Just the one so far. Oh, gets 2. 2 probes go down. Is cleaned up. But did get eyes on the lack of gateways. It's only 2 gates, so it looks like 2 gate blink into a third. There we go. It's an economic start here by Azura, which means Quanta can embrace this Banshee tank. Again, this has been very meta over the past couple of months. It's been done by all the top Terran players, and it can hit very hard. You can either move out together with tanks and Banshees and go for a frontal assault at the third, or you can split up your army and go for Banshee harass while your main tank army moves out as well. We'll see how Quanta does approach this. And we'll see if Azura can realize what's going on. And now first mage is moving out towards the main. Cloak is researched. Observer getting in position to spot the dead space, and Azura will confirm. Yeah, big scout here from Azura. Does park itself over the Banshee, and Stalkers should react. We should react soon. Do you think the... Oh, okay, there we go. The Observer just starts to follow the Banshee. And Azura does react here into the main. Does rotate and is ready. Whew. Took a while to occur, but Azura is ready for it. Meanwhile, across the map, extra Raxes. Building up more Marines, more tanks. Oh, a brutal position for the Cyclone. Taking a lot of damage. Oh! Oh, get the counter lock on! The steam vents here are silly sometimes. But the Cyclone is hidden in the steam vent. Meanwhile, second Stalker is right. Oh god! And can't get vision. One Stalker goes down. Massive pickoff. Not like this. For those that are curious, because the Cyclone controls the Zelnaga, and because it's in the steam vent, it actually can't be attacked unless you have additional units to get vision and to attack from range. It's a thing. It can be annoying at times. Quanta moving out. Just get eyes on the third. Banshee, wait, did the Banshee move in? Okay, good. Banshee did rotate over as well. Ooh, the first one actually did go down in the main, so nice defense so far out of Azura. Did clean up the first Banshee. Quanta pulling back. Does commit, catches the Observer. And from here, we're settling in back at home. So the initial Banshee, we missed it on cams, but it looks like it did go into the natural, was shut down, was cleaned up. Second Banshee backs off as well. And Azura has defended. So Quanta retreats, building up towards the mid-game. I would give the edge to Azura in this position. Azura is up on workers, has a third base, it's fully mining for so much longer, of course. Into Double Forge, into Colossus production. So far, Azura looking solid. Looking strong. Building up towards that mid-game. The Banshee is still active, of course, and can still threaten the natural, but there is an Observer in position, 2 Stalkers as well. Quanta dips in. But won't get much done. And very similarly to game 1, we're calming things down. I mean, in game 1 it was a little more tense because Quanta was threatening drop play and being active on the map. This time both players are kind of backing off, and instead Azura has map control. Say that Banshee does threaten the Xel'Naga, but shouldn't get much else as Azura has Stalkers fanned out throughout the map, Zealots as well, the Xel'Naga under Azura's control, 4th base being taken, which the Banshee does confirm. But won't be able to get out. The Stalkers will hunt it down. Final Banshee does fall. And despite losing a handful of probes, Azura's looking good. He's looking good. The tank count from Quanta's looking quite high is what I will say. So whenever this main army does move out, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of DPS here in the backbone of Quanta's army. So it is definitely something to be respected. Liberator production has begun. Interesting. Looks like Liberator is rallied to the main army. We'll see if we harass or if we go for one committed move out. Meanwhile, Disruptor production has yet to begin for Azura, just working on the 3rd Colossus. From here, Disruptor should be on the way. Could actually opt to go for Storm instead. Or both. Shall see. Dark Shrine is on the way, still no 2nd Robo. Still no Disruptors. Quanta getting a 4th CC. And Azura's going to be the first to move out, actually. A bold move. At the same time, Liberator does hit the natural. Gets 5 probe kills. Very nice. At the same time, drop on the right-hand side. And Azura will pull away. Just be careful with the Colossus. Azura does pull back. Quanta's still building up back at home. That's a heavy tank count for Quanta. But to how many tanks? 7. 7 tanks. Soon to be 8, and there's a 2nd factory on the way as well. The tank count is looking insane. And we do have a lot of Zealots, thankfully, to counteract that. What I will say is that typically Widow Mines are a little bit more effective against charge out compositions, less so tanks. Just because if the Zealots can ever get on top of the tanks, I mean, the tanks will go down. They can be quite vulnerable. And Azura is going to be the first to max. And Quanta's 4cc is looking quite late. Scans the main, spots some production. Azura maxes, Disruptor production has now begun. What I'm a little bit concerned by, the numbers can be a little bit deceiving. As even though Azura's maxed out, unlike in game 1, there are no Disruptors. It's a very low Disruptor army, it's mainly Zealot instead, so the quality of the army here for Azura isn't actually too high. Is maxed out, that's true, but it's mainly Zealots. And soon to be just 1 Disruptor. So Azura's actually in a really awkward position here, and I wouldn't be opposed to Azura going for a Zealot run-by, just, there we go. I was gonna say, go for a Zealot run-by just to throw supply away, just to make room for Disruptors. This is not the ideal army. Quanta going to be expanding. I mean, there is a lot of dive potential with all these Zealots, true. The tanks are not quite in position either. But there's SimCity. Azura does pull away. There's that 1 Disruptor. Meanwhile, Quanta going for a Doom Drop. Azura does respond. There's a Liberator across the map. Drop diving in. But was spotted. Nice feedback on the Ghost. When that Templar goes down, Chargers are coming from behind, and yeah, this drop is going to be cleaned up. Won't get much done. Tries to target down some of these Stalkers, but oof, this is a pretty big loss for Quanta. Also, I should say it's a lot of supply. A lot of supply thrown away. And the plus side for Azura, hey, now we can make another Disruptor. Like, it freed up some supply. Stargate's on the way. Another Stargate. Oh my, triple Stargate. The Sky Toss. Quanta does see all of this. Quanta does confirm. Gets eyes of the Stargates. And should respond with another Starport. Ooh, as the Stargates are cancelled, never mind. They're going to be rebuilt. Will be rebuilt. 3, 4 Stargates on the way, and a second side. Yeah, he wants to come in. We're going to Sky Toss. All right, if you're in the chat, settle in. we're gonna be here for a while. As Quanta has completely walled up with tanks, with SimCity, with turrets, with sensor towers, and Azura is taken to the skies. Oh boy. There's the fleet beacon. That's what we're waiting for. Fleet beacon now on the way. And now this is where I have to be concerned for Quanta. He knows. He saw the Stargates. He knows that he's on a timer. When Quanta maxes out, he needs to push. He needs to break out. Otherwise, Azura will be able to outscale him, embracing a Skytoss composition. Fusion cores on the way. More starports. This should be for Viking production. How many Vikings do we have? 0. 1. Jeez. 1 Viking, 12 tanks. Not the best army as the game goes longer. Azura wanting to throw away some zealots. A disruptor as well, which I don't think was intentional. I didn't even spot that, but just a random disruptor. So it does fall. Main army is spotted. Azura getting into 1-1 air upgrades. And Quanta is maxed out. And the question becomes, what's he gonna do with a maxed out army? Because slowly expanding is not gonna be enough. Not anymore. But that might just be the plan. I mean, true. I mean, he can just do the same thing that Azura's doing and just slowly refine his army and get more Vikings as he bleeds out units. Big tank boys going up. Azura goes for the dive. Where's the support? The tanks are all alone. They're exposed, and every single tank is gonna go down. A massive pickoff. Tanks do fall. Quanta out of position. Nice EMP on the Archons. Never goes up. Oh, massive connection. Oh my god. The Novas. Disruptor does connect, and Azura will take the fight. Shuts down the main army. Again, tanks can be good against ground toss, but they do need some kind of support in front of them. Some kind of buffer zone. And now Quanta is in entire straits here. He plummets in supply, is remaxing with more Vikings, getting back into tank production. Which again, I'm not entirely fond of. Is he only on 2 starboards? Yeah, only 2 starboards. Oof. Like, ideally against this, you'd want to be getting into not just Spire, but Liberator Viking. Vikings shut down the Colossus and the Skytoss. Liberators, they deal with the ground army as well. Live Viking Ghost, if you will. Oh, nice tank boys, although Stalkers are punished. Yeah, I'm concerned about that starport count. As Azura is embracing Skytoss, carriers are amassing back at home. Oh boy. As Quanta's walling up. This time, though, he's in position, at least at this forward base. Quanta maxed out, going for a drop. And he's up to how many? 10 Vikings so far. 10 Vikings is a decent amount. Of course, this is also where the dance begins with the Vikings. They're going to want to dive on top of the carriers, of course. It's going to be on the Stalkers and the High Templar with their Storms to zone the Vikings away. Likewise, it's going to be on the Ghost to EMP the High Templar and deny the Storms. That's where the back and forth occurs. But only 4 Ghosts. Scanner reveals the base. Trying to spot the main army. Northern base is denied. How many carriers are we up to? Seven carriers. Oh boy. Azura still hiding a Skytos army. 2-2 is about to kick in. They can start working on 3-3. Like the carrier and Viking count are almost at 1-1. There is a Thor, which can help. True. This is also why, like, Liberators in a way trump tanks, just because they free up the ground and they don't make things kind of awkward to maneuver for things like Thors and your ground army as well. They don't get in each other's way. And here we go. The Skytos army does move out. The carriers have arrived. Scan reveals everything. And can Quanta deal with this? Has a ring of turrets. Azura rotating towards the north. Vikings are getting ready. Rocks are being knocked down. Tanks are not in position. Azura going for the dive. Nice EMP on the disruptors. Nervous go off. Ooh, massive connection. Storm is on the Vikings. Massive storms on the Vikings. Oh my god, the Vikings, they melt. And the Skytos army will reign supreme. Nothing else shoots up this. Tanks and the tanks, they do nothing. They do nothing to the Skytos. Again, the storms of the Vikings were insane. The Novas, they dealt with the ghosts. Only 4 ghosts. Remember that. Very low ghost count. And the tanks were not where they needed to be. And Azura, at this point, has done it. Has broken through the main army. Pushing into the third. Pushing towards the natural. And into the main. GG gets called. And Azura will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, Quanta just stuck with a subpar army. We were talking about like the tanks kind of getting away with the ground army. On top of that, Liberators are more maneuverable as well. Like we saw how difficult it was for Quanta to just reposition and get ready for the eventual move out. On top of that, I should also emphasize, you know, a good job to Azura for hiding the carriers for as long as he did and didn't reveal his hand until the very end, right? And by that point, Quanta just was not ready for them. Was not ready for that death bull of an army. GG. GG, well played. And congratulations to Azura. Azura does take the series. A big win here for Azura. Again, this could have gone either way. There was a lot of chaos ensuing, especially on Eternal Empire. I appreciate that we got a little bit of everything there. We got some cheese, we got some macro, we even got some late game as well. GG, well played. Azura does take it, and now we can calm things down a little bit. We have a couple of mirror matchups ahead of us. Up next is going to be a PvP between Art and the one and only Bappy. Hey, Bappy, let's go. Bappy versus Art's coming up in a PvP, and I'm excited here. Obviously, I'm a big Bappy fan. We talk about him all the time. Oh my god, I almost said his name. The hard thing here, whenever I cast him, is that I have to, like, limit myself because his name is just a part of my vocabulary, and if I say it too much, it just loses all meaning whenever I cast him. So it's quite difficult actually to watch myself. It's like when we used to cast Time, when he was called Time and not Oliveira. We would whenever Yaku and I would cast, we would intentionally try to avoid using the word time, because otherwise you just say it too much when you're casting. It's just weird. It just stops making sense. Yeah. But here we go. We're jumping in. Alright, gonna be jumping in. If only he had more sense of how it's true. Need more. And we're jumping into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Berserker Esports. It is Bappy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. We go. We have our PvP. And I guess after this series, or maybe after the next, we can go over some of the matches and go over some of the brackets. Catch up on where we are. Alas, we're embracing our PvP. And Papi has been impressing me quite a lot. I mean, it should be no surprise, but I'm sure he gets a lot of practice playing in offline events and playing amongst his peers, of course, in Poland. There's a lot of Protoss players. There's a lot of Protoss players in Poland and in Europe as well, I suppose. But Papi has been looking pretty impressive against players like Christiana, against players like Art, the Polish Art, not this Art, the other one, and Geralt as well. So very impressive to see his rise. He's even threatened and taken maps off of a laser, the best Zerg player in his country, in Poland. Likewise, Art has also been rising the ranks, especially post joining Platinum Heroes. Has also been investing more time into the game and improving quite a lot. We'll see where this takes us. Oh, my apologies. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamba going, Papi. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. It's going to be a little bit harder to call just because it is a PvP. It can be a little bit more chaotic and a little bit more crazy. Not as stable. Best of luck. If you're worried about words losing all meaning, imagine Art versus Art. We've been there. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Whenever we do that, we did the same thing when we casted Silky versus Silky, or there was another one. At least Silky versus Silky as well, where we just avoid saying the word, and it just devolves into like the blue Protoss or the red Protoss. Like, like as a caster, that's how like we've tried to come up with the solution. But yeah, that's usually what happens. Is that we intentionally just avoid saying their name. Because it just makes no sense. Aye. For the time being, though, we do have Papi opening up with his initial Stalker Sentry into our expand. So standard opener here out of Papi. Meanwhile, Art across the map going for an expansion, yes, but also going for a slightly faster Robo instead. So it's going to be a Robo opener out of Art. We do see that Papi's going for something similar though, likewise also a Robo, but a little bit later. Both players head in the same direction. With fast Robos can lead into faster Immortal production, delayed Blink, and even, I almost said Glaive Adept Harass. Adept Harass. I say Adept, I want to say Glaives. Like but can be a nice way to bypass the wall, bypass the Sim City, and just drop straight into a mineral line and harass the bases. Speaking of, War Prism's on the way. This should be to warp in Adepts across the map. As we mentioned, usually there's a bit of a dance that goes on where Adepts say shade in towards the main and there's a probe in position to wall off and to block. But a way to avoid that is with the War Prism, is to just go straight for the mineral line instead. Meanwhile, Papi opening up Immortal. So it's going to be a higher Immortal count for Papi. It does mean that he will have a more robust army as the game goes on, as he builds up the Immortals into 1, 2, 3, and then on, and so forth. But can he survive the aggression? As here comes Art. Oh, actually warping in Stalkers, going for a main push. And Sentries are brutal in this kind of game state. Again, there's no Blink, there's no defensive War Prism, Force Fields can and will slice up this army. There's no Shield Battery! Yo, Papi, he's not ready. He is not ready whatsoever. He has not spotted the move out. Art is getting ready for the push. Main army spotted. Big scout for Papi. He knows, but doesn't matter. Is it too late? Without Shield Batteries, without Nova Charge, I mean, sure, there is an Immortal, but it may not matter. Yeah, Force Fields, they lock down the army. I say that only, well, there we go. Adept and a Sentry go down. The defensive Force Fields, though. The counter Force Fields. Everyone Force Fields. Let's go, Stalker. Sorry, Sentry does get picked off. Same time, Art does have high ground vision. Papi's holding. Does hold. Even without the Shield Battery so far. Art rotating around. Prism under fire. Once again, the Stalkers, they get caught out. And the Force Fields are brutal. Prism taking a lot of hits. But Art should be able to overwhelm. He's going for the Immortal. The Immortal will fall. Does trade out with some of the Stalkers, but yeah, Art is overwhelming. Again, there's no Shield Battery, there's no Overcharge. We do have an immortal on the way. It's waddling down from the high ground. Is it going to be enough with pulling the boys? It's going to be close. The one immortal, it's holding. Is barely holding. Art backs off, going for a warp into the main, and there are the adepts. Adepts into the main base. They can one-shot probes. I should say 2 adepts one-shot probes. They can, and they will. Ooh, a bit of a misclick though. They missed out on one of the workers. Only getting 3, now 4 probe kills. Getting 5. 5 probes go down, but Papi has held. He holds. Meanwhile, Art is doubling down. Oh my god. Art had a choice. He had a choice to make. Either expand, take a 3rd, or Gateway Explosion. Gateway Explosion is the answer. We have Glaze, we have +1, we have a mass amount of gateways on the way. Art is setting up for expand, but I'm pretty sure we're committing to a 2-base all-in at this point. Now we are going to be committing. Across the map, Papi expands, takes the 3rd base. 3rd on the way for Art, but Art is moving out. Moving out with everything he has. And I still worry here for Papi. He just doesn't like shield batteries. He doesn't like them. Oh god, he's crazy. Going for a drop across the map, which means Immortals are not him to defend. The 3rd base is going to be denied. Not the best force fields, but yeah, there's nothing in him to defend. GG gets called, and Arts will take game number 1. GG. Again, Papi just losing too much early on in the initial defense, and likewise was out of position here for that move out. For the, again, what would have been, I imagine, an all-in. GG. GG, well played. Art does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Here we go. We're going to be loading into another older map, Papi. Let's go. So we've already featured Cosmic Sapphire, we featured Eternal Empire, and now we have the 3rd map that was added to the map pool, to the tournament map pool. We're going to be loading into 2,000 atmospheres. I miss this map. I miss playing StarCraft. Let's go. Getting into our next game. And here, I mean, it's a map that was in the map pool for a very long time, for many years, but here we go. In the top right-hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Berserker Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Papi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have its opponent. We have the Polish Protoss. Sorry, not the Polish Protoss, the other one. Also representing the Platinum Heroes, the Red Protoss player. It is Art. I fall asleep and you're streaming. I wake up and you are streaming. That is true. For those who don't know, I was casting StarCraft, what, 10 hours ago at this point? I mean, I think I finished casting like 7 hours ago? 6 hours ago? 6? Around 6 hours ago, I finished casting. And then I did a ladder session, I streamed a little bit, then I got some food, I did not nap, and now we're here again. And I'll be honest, I'm a little bit tired. I'll be honest, casting for like 5 hours, and then laddering for like another 3 hours, and then casting again probably wasn't the best idea. probably wasn't the best idea. I'm a little bit tired. It's okay. It's okay. We'll keep going, man. We'll keep going. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's go. The passion. The passion. Not like this. I did get some food though. I had some not frozen pizza. I had some cold pizza from yesterday. I ordered some pizza last night. I was smoging after laddering last night. I was very sad. So I got some pizza and did warm it up today. Was able to have some slices. It's beautiful. But now, though. We're settling in. It's going to be 2-gate opener. It's going to be Stalker, Sentry out of Arts. Meanwhile, across the map, we have Pappy doing the same. Stalker, Sentry opener as well. The reason why this combination of units is so commonplace and so macro, or so meta, so standard in PvP, is because the Sentry was buffed as of recently. I say recently, a couple of months ago at the start of the year was buffed. Is more robust in PvP, specifically was buffed in this matchup. Can, of course, give you scouting information with hallucination, and scouting is key in this matchup. It's all about scouting, making sure there's no Dark Shrine, making sure there's no 2-base all-in, making sure there's no hidden tech, anything crazy going on. Hallucination is going to be sent out everywhere. All the hallucination lines. Let's go. Behind this, Art's going for his expand, so 2-gate opener into a Nexus. Likewise, Pappy doing the same. First hallucinations will soon be sent out, so get a read on what's going on. Hallucinations are on the way. Let's go. I was watching that one at work. Oh, let's go. Do you love to hear it? The Code for Giants Cup was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Especially Yen versus Dominoko. That was the highlight of the night. It was beautiful. It was crazy. It was intense. An intense ZVT. I recommend the VODs for those who maybe didn't watch it live. To tune into El Dominoko. But here we go. We see Arts faking some of these Stalkers. They do tank some shots. They tank a lot of shots. Oh my god. That worked beautifully. It didn't break through, but did trade quite nicely. Behind this, working towards Twilight Council, working towards Blink. Working towards the next step. Code for Giants ended around 7.5 hours ago. Yeah, around that. Around that amount. And then we had a ladder stream. Then we laddered back. Ah. StarCraft didn't end. Behind this, we do have a third gateway on the way. I'm assuming just for safety precautions here from Art. We'll have extra Stalker War Pins. Both players building up. Art does confirm the lack of additional gateway. So Art will have the production advantage. We'll have the Stalker lead as well. Is looking to. Meanwhile, instead, Bobby takes the faster third. Third base has been thrown down. And we'll see if Art is able to get a read on this. Likewise, able to punish it as well. As yeah, Art is moving out, Pylon being thrown down. This can be the setup for a 4th gateway for a 2-base 4-gate setup. That's it's gonna be a lot of gateways, a lot of Stalkers, and Art is committing. He's moving out. His goal here is to break down the third, which he does confirm. Art spots the expansion. Looking at units tab, Art does have the Stalker lead. Yep, and there's the 4th gateway. So 2-base 4-gate Blink here from Art. Does get the better concave. It's going to be pushing in. So far, pulling back nicely. 10 seconds away from Blink. And 10 more seconds for both players. It's going to be slightly faster for Art. Shield battery is done, though. Shield battery is done. Art backs off. Art respects the shield battery. Will pull away. But he's not done. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time. And remember, Pappy's still only on 2 gates. He's down on gateways, down on warp-ins. The shield batteries are helping, but they're going to be targeted down as well. Not quite. Doesn't get it. Shield battery does survive. Trading out Stalkers. 9 versus 8. Another warp-in. He's going to keep going. The shield batteries are running out of energy. There's the overcharge. Overcharge is activated. Art backs off. Behind this, getting his own third. Is later than that of his opponent. Art needs to get more done. Going for the Dark Shrine. Okay, let's go. Dark Shrine on the way. Meanwhile, Pappy getting into his own immortal production to help survive, to help defend, to help make up for a lower Stalker count. Ooh. He fights out of range of the shield batteries. Does bleed out a lot of Stalkers. That's down to 7. Does bleed out a handful of probes. More shield batteries on the way. Pappy desperately trying to hold on. And Art, he doesn't stop. He just keeps going. just keeps pushing in. Again, the overcharge is on cooldown. He wants that immortal. Second immortal has right. He goes for the dive. Gets the first. Does 2 shots. Bappy trying to punish. Nice target firing out of art. Does target specifically the stalkers. Still reinforcing. Getting his third base up and running. Does force a cancel. And Bappy, he's just being outscaled. He just cannot keep up. We have a gateway explosion on the way for Bappy. He's trying to get there. Charge did just begin. Oh, he wants the immortal up. Oh, barely doesn't get it. Does tank a lot of shots. DTs are waddling in. Uh-oh. There's no detection. No detection! No observer. Nothing inside. Probes are going down. And while the main army is distracted, DTs are going ham in the main and the third. I should say the natural in the third. Observer's being chronoed. Here at the natural base, Observer slips into the main. DT slips into the main even. Even getting free damage on the main army. Observer has arrived, but probes are going down. They're still going down to the main. Yeah, Bappy getting pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. 15, 16 probe kills. Cannon is denied. And it wasn't the Stalker army that broke Bappy. It was the Dark Templar. It was the Invisible Man. It always is the Invisible Man. Always. Bappy falling behind here in the economy. Is building up his army. Getting into a third immortal. Not bad. Are taking another expansion. Getting a fourth. Observer has arrived, which means he can be cheeky if he can snipe the Observer's opponent. Oh, can he get it? Oh! Oh, he snipes too! Observer's under fire. Observer does go down! Yeah, Arch won't be able to snipe. He gets sniped himself. Happy is holding. Shading across the map. Still down in workers, down in economy. He's going for an adept counterattack. And the adepts are spotted by the prism. Art is aware. Rotating around again. It's been an impressive hold so far by Bappy. He's holding, but the adepts they even get into the main. Wreak havoc in the natural, shading into the main. Probes are going down. Yeah, the warpin was delayed here for Art. Was focused elsewhere. Does have the higher Zealot army though. Ooh, getting top of the Stalkers. These are brutal trades for Bappy. He's had a lot of Stalkers. Adepts are cleaned up. 8 probes go down. And we have the counter Zealot harassment. There is a cannon. It can buy time. As Zealot's in pole position. Pushing in. It's gonna be an extra 5 probes going down. We have a massive warp into the main. 6 DTs. Oh my god, they go for the cannon. They want the cannon. Can they get it? Oh, it's gonna be close. They can. Cannon goes down. Main army pushes in. Bappy getting distracted once again. No detection. Sorry, there is an observer. Zero dives into the main base. But Bappy, he just cannot keep up. Leading out so many Zealots, so many Stalkers. DT's still wreaking havoc in the main. They're still going. They won the fight. Oh my god. Yeah, we have more reinforcements as well. And this is overwhelming. Getting 13 workers, breaking through all the Zealots. Immortal barely survives. Against Zealots, it's not ideal. And this has been what looks to be the killing move here. Oh god, there's still DTs. They're still in there. Finally going to be cleaned up. Finally going to be shut down. Arch going to be rotating. Bappy unaware. Is at the third instead. Trying to keep up. Art, he goes for the Immortal. He wants it. He gets it. Yeah, even sniping the Observer, which means once again DTs can be warped in. Cheeky move out of Art. Takes down the detection. There is no Observer left. Oh, even going for the Archosis pylon. No, not like this. Everything gets depowered. Down to 2 gateways. And still no detection. 3 gateways even. Down to 1. The Archon can help with splash damage, true. But it can only do so much. Yeah, 0 detection. Immortals are going down. They're being chased down. The Observer does come in. We force a recall. Bappy, he holds. Cleans up the army. Can repower everything in the main once again. But we're getting ready for the next wave. And Bappy is down to half the supply. Not like this. Not like this. It's a very chaotic game state. And the Prism in the main was brutal. Up until that point, like Bappy, he was holding. Like despite being down in supply, he was barely holding on, taking better trades, getting to a higher immortal count. This barely wasn't enough. Casito, Bappy, casito. As he's going for his final push, GG gets called, and Art will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Art does claim the series. My condolences to Bappy. Game 1 was a little bit rough when it came to just not being prepared at the natural and just being a little bit greedy and cutting some corners. Here in Game 2, I was impressed. Bappy, he was able to hold on despite being down in production and down supply. He was able to defend the third base for so long, and the initial DT harass didn't do game-ending damage either, but he was contained. Like, despite, even if he wasn't broken in the main base by the Warp Prism, he was stuck on 3 bases. He was being outscaled, his opponent taking a 4th, taking a 5th base as well. Art just skyrocketing ahead in the economy and just able to, not quite out-trade, but even traded efficiently, was able to do so. GG, well played. Art will take it, and now we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for another mirror matchup, but a very different mirror matchup. Instead of a PvP, it's going to be a Terran versus Terran. An interesting one as well. I'm curious, actually, have these two faced off ever? Or when was the last time they played? It's going to be Spirit versus Future. Let's go. Spirit, the Polish Terran, up against Future, the American Terran player. Again, Future spent a lot of time in Korea this year. Most recently as well was with Clem, was with Estrella. For those who don't know, Trigger, Future, Clem, and Estrella were all spending time in Korea in the lead up to EWC. They were all practicing together, basically creating a team house environment in Korea. And it paid off. I mean, they were all there to support both Estrella and Clem, essentially, as they were the 2 players that were a part of EWC. They were both working as practice partners and, yeah, again, just providing for that kind of environment. And I'm curious to see how he compares to Spirit now. How does that work out? Hold on, I'm looking up some history between the 2 of them. I'm curious. For my own curiosity. They play... Oh my goodness, a gap. Okay. They played in the Warty TV Summer Bash and in an ESL Open Cup. This would have been a couple of months ago, but Spirit does have the advantage over Future. But they haven't really played too often in their careers. Crazy. They played very few times, actually. So I'm ready. I'm ready to see if the new and improved Future can contest against Spirit. Let's go. Let us go. Mech versus mech. Oh, you're an animal. You're an animal in no war. Hold on. Were you the person in the chat earlier that was talking about how they enjoy edging? I should say they enjoy the dynamic of TVT where they just stare at each other. You just have these siege lines where they never engage. They never engage. They just you know. They threaten to engage, and they just look at each other. Oh no. Oh, God. We're getting into our next series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Polish Terran player, the orange Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran. Oh, we're cheesing! We're going for a proxy. We're going for the proxy 2x, as in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player representing Matcherino Esports. It is Future. Some people are here for a long time, others are here for a short time. But regardless, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. We have 2 Raxes on the way. Proxy 2x Reaper. Unfortunately for Future, double gas. It is a double gas. Oh my god. Oh wait, is this out of order? Maybe. But we do have 2 gases here from Spirit in the main. Double gas is going to be for a faster factory. And we'll see what they are alluding to, I'm sure, as the Raxes are just barely out of vision. Now, when it comes to this opener, because of the faster factory, it leads into a faster Hellion. Because it leads to a faster Hellion, Future's on a timer. He's on a timer with the effectiveness of how this will work out. Oh boy. As Reapers are on the way. They're going to be rallied in. Behind this factory, likewise in production, we have a spawner depot as well on the right-hand side. And the Spirit has the tools to defend, but it's very possible, very likely that Future can try to outmaneuver Spirit, can go for the SCVs. Oh, also, let me not forget, predictions are now open. Get your gamba going, as Reaper does go for the main. Will delay the factory. Oh! Spirit does take some... Oh, I should say, Spirit does get some extra hits in. Future has to pull back. Has to pull away. Future dipping in once again, trying to lay that factory. Up! Oh my god, we'll get one. Does get the SCV, does delay. But again, the boys have been pulled, and so far Future is holding. Sorry, Spirit is holding. God, these Terran players. Why do they have to be orange and red? Cyclones in production, CC on the high ground as well. Yeah, Spirit is feeling comfortable. He's feeling like he has held. Now to 2 Reapers, now with the Cyclone. And the Future back at home is transitioning. Factory is now on the way. Future is working on that next step. Still going for the dive, has 4 Reapers. Still threatens Spirit. Look at some SCVs. Workers are going down. More boys being pulled. Cyclone's on the way, and Cyclone does pop. And gets a lock on, shuts down the first Reaper. Oh, they all barely will escape. Clutch moves out of Future. Does pull away. Looking at the units lost. It's been 2 SCVs so far, 2 SCVs and 1 Marine. And Future has preserved all of his units. Now, can he get on top of that Cyclone? If he can focus it down, he can still end the game. Delays the CC. Delays the starport. Once again, good movement, even forcing a kill. Oh my god, Future, calm down. He's crazy. Forces a cancel, gets a kill on the reactor as well. And again, saves every single Reaper. Not losing a single one. Byan, is that you? Oh my god. Future, calm down. He's back from Korea. And he's popping off. Rotating back over. Does have high ground vision. Gets the depot. I'm loving the landed racks as well, just to bait out some shots. Depot goes down. Cyclone's not quite in position. Again, they're having a hard time engaging. Another Reaper falls. Another delay on the starport. Oh my god. And Future gets away. Did he lose nothing? He lost 1. 1 Reaper spawn. The efficiency, papi. He's crazy. We'll pull back at home. CC on location. Oh, and how does Spirit bounce back? 3rd CC. A very fast 3rd base here by Spirit. Very greedy, but it makes sense. He has taken a lot of losses. He's lost 8 SCVs, a Reaper, a Depot, a Reactor. Big delays on the starport, on the CC as well. It was insane damage dealt there by Future. And Spirit has to cut corners. From here, Spirit's going to be turtling up. And, I mean, again, if you were in the chat, if you were asking for a longer game, we could stabilize into a longer game. We could head in that direction. It's possible. Ooh, lock-ons are not broken. 1 Reaper goes down. 1 Reaper does fall. Reaper does dip in. See someone asking, can a Reaper not block that edge if it's moved up a bit? Nah. It's too big, Pappy. That would be crazy, though. Like a 1 hex wall. I guess it'd be like the wall on Amphion, right? That's a 1 hex wall. As Reapers do pull away. And the game will calm down from here. Getting into extra Raxes, Stim, and Matrix as well. Likewise, Future embracing his own 3rd CC. I was mentioning earlier how this is how Spirit can try to bounce back in this game, but Future is not too far behind him when it comes to his own 3rd base timing. Spirits is already in orbital, but Future, it's on the way. Is on the way, getting into Bio Tank. Likewise, so is his opponent. Reaper gets shut down. One wrong move and you're dead, so don't make a move. True. Just stand there. As Spirit does break out, is spotted. Future checking his vision, he did not get eyes on the 3rd CC, so he's unaware of how greedy exactly Spirit is being. And Future instead going to be the one to move out. Interference Matrix is researched. Future has potential, so does Spirit. Triple Raven versus Triple Raven. Future does have the tank lead. Spirit does spot the army. Goes to disable. And tank is disabled, and Future, he wants a tank. Does unsiege in time, though. It did barely unsiege. 2nd tank has arrived. All targets being thrown down. The disables are brutal, and Spirit, he's getting on top of this. Yeah, collapses on top of the tanks. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Every tank goes down. Massive catch. And Future did overextend. Yeah, got a little bit too cavalier. Every tank will fall. And Future plummets in supply. I'm afraid to look at the trades here, but Future, he got 0 tanks and lost 4. 4 tanks for 0. Oh my god. Spirit, calm down. So the counter disables were brutal, and Spirit now takes a supply lead. Takes an army supply lead. Future has his own 3rd base, so Future has the economy, Spirit has the army. The Ravens were mostly saved. Looks like Future did lose 1 of his Ravens. Spirit still has 3. This does mean that Spirit has pushing power. For now, fanning out his units. Catching Marines. Moving out. Just gets the Cyclone. Oh, the job play. Gets the Cyclones. Not bad. Oh, the juggling. And we'll hunt both Cyclones down. Nice control there from Future. Punishing Spirits. But for the most part, the game is stabilized. For the most part, we're on 3 base versus 3 base. Future coming in once again. Oh, he is crazy. Disables 1 tank. We'll get at least a center tower. Oh, and a tank even. Not bad. Gets 1 tank and the tower. At the same time, Spirit dropping across the map with a 2 medics full of Marines. Nothing at home to defend. Yeah, the 3rd CC is denied. Even going for the kill. The stutter stepping. Yeah, the CC's getting so low. Up, and it's gonna go down. Yeah, that's a kill. A kill on the 3rd base. At the same time, across the map, the tanks are within range of the CC. But Spirit, he's gonna shut this down. Getting ready for his own move out. And Stims in, disables every single tank. Future, he has to get the hell out of here. Jumping into the main, but there's an army waiting for him. Yeah, Spirit all over this. Future denying the drops. Is long distance mining. There is a 4th CC on the way, but that's going to be for the new 3rd. Oh, and Future is going to be down a base. As Spirit takes a 4th base. while Future is still getting his third. A beautiful position for Future, and it means that Spirit is going to get further ahead. As the game goes on longer, he's going to get further and further ahead. Future has to commit. But how can he? He's down in tanks, down in Marines, down in Ravens. Yeah, it's all or nothing for Future. Can disable some of these tanks, but there's so many of them. Oh god. Not like this. Gets the first. Can slowly push forward to get within range. Gets one tank. Hey, not bad. It's value. He stays in. He goes for it. Gets one tank. Gets the first, and we'll get the second as well. Not bad. 2-2 on the way. Finishing up in 2 seconds. But Spirit he will hold. It's still not enough. Vicious move by Future. Did get a couple of tanks there, but it's unable to break through. Rotating over, going for a Doom Drop. Going for the 4CC. Planetary about to finish. Likewise, Spirit out of position. Not bad. Tank volley's going off. Planetary is done. That's a lot of Marines. Oh my god. Yeah, so many Marines for Spirit. Shuts down the push. Future will have to back up. Getting his own third. Trying to keep up. Bearing in mind as well that a lot of the supply lead for Spirit is in Marine. He's got 24 more Marines than his opponent. Not in tanks. Going for another dive. Future he commits. He's crazy. Oh my god. Does get a tank. Spirit doesn't chase. Okay. Decent pick off there for Future. Gets a tank, pulls away. Likewise, Future does have that upgrade lead. He's been working on with 2-2 for quite some time. Soon to be 3-3. Spirit playing catch up. Oh, but Spirit, he's moving out. Oh, force the pullback. Spots the main army. They're ready going for the siege. Oh, barely get the tank. But yeah, the tanks are fragile here for Future. They're so low. Spirit, he goes to the dive, and once again he overwhelms the bio army. He takes out every single tank, as they are even in upgrades. And again, I've been impressed with how much damage Future's been able to do. I mean, he's been on the back foot for the past, I want to say 5 minutes, maybe more than that. He's been gaining value. He's doing well for himself. Army is stiff, army is scanned. Future rotating towards the planetary. Rotates back around. He's trying to juke. Up. Spirit keeping up. Future is crazy. Where's he going? Oh, and this is something that the Spirit can afford. A mass Marine drop on the right-hand side. He has the spare Marines. Spirit is maxed. And there's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. Future is exposed. Going for the 4th base. And we'll go for the planetary. Should get it. I say that. Nice tank shots. Also going up. Oh my god. Brutal tank volleys though from Spirit, and here come the Marines going for the planetary. And Spirit, he should be able to bring this down. The repairs are good, but he focuses on every single SCV. The SCVs of the planetary as well. Future, he's now down a base. Once again, 3 bases versus 4. That did cost Spirit a lot of Marines. True. Was a costly trade. Oh my god. Spirit bleeding out those tanks as well. It just barely caught out of position. Still rallying everything across the map. Future, he's an animal. He just keeps going. He has to. Full medivac goes in, 2 full medivacs. Oh my god. And that may have just been the final straw. Future losing too many units, too many Marines. Trying to stim up the ramp into tank fire as well. Those were brutal losses. And Spirit, he has enough to just push on forward. Doesn't even seize the tanks, doesn't need to. And takes down the Marines, takes down the tanks. GG gets called, and Spirit will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. A brutal game. Again, it was a really strong start for Future, and things went south real quick. When Future overextended, when he did overcommit, when he pushed in towards the third base, he had a lead, but he lost that lead. Remember, he lost 4 tanks for nothing. For Marines, basically. It was just a brutal trade. He lost his tanks, he lost a Raven as well, and he was behind from that moment forward. Tried to recover, but in a mirror matchup, when you fall behind like that, it is very difficult to catch back up. You have to rely on your opponent making mistakes, catching them out of position, and Spirit did make so, or I should say, Future was able to catch Spirit out a couple of times, getting like a tank hero there, or a Raven or Marines here and there, but nothing really major. Nothing major, unfortunately, and with that, Spirit takes a lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Going to be loading into Site Delta. The question becomes, what kind of opener are we going to be seeing? Future went for Proxy 2x Reaper. Do we do that again? Is it going to be Spirit's turn to Proxy instead? It's possible. Killed a million things for 1 Reaper at the start. That was great. That was crazy. You're not wrong. Like, Future, he had a crazy lead at the start of the game. It was insane. And here we go, we're getting to game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Polish Terran player, the yellow Terran representing Na'vi. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing Match Arena Esports, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Future. Everyone needs to calm down. You're not wrong. Oh, hello, Mr. SCV. Do you have any of those? Going for a proxy Rax. Okay, so this is not as committed as what Future went for in the previous game. It is technically 2x Reaper, but 1 Rax is back at home. So it's less committed. It's more middle of the road. Can apply some pressure, can get some damage done, but is more designed to work towards a longer, later game state. Meanwhile, Future opening up double gas. Double gas opener out of Future for a faster factory. Similarly to the previous game, Future will have the tools he needs to defend. But will he be able to bring it all together? Can he minimize his losses, or is Spirit gonna pop off? Behind the Spirit pulling up with his own gas. Reapers are on the way. Here we go. Can't just take a lead and then wait till you win. That's, to be fair, that's not what happened. If you remember, Future got a massive lead and then he overextended. Like, he went for the kill. He was trying to punish Spirit, and then Future got punished. That was when, if you remember, that was when he had gone for the disable in the tank and then chased the army to the natural, and then he got disabled. He got everything. It was crazy. Like, that fight from Spirit was insane. We disabled every single tank and then punished Future's aggression. Meanwhile, the Reapers, they have arrived to pick up the ramp. Future in position. Future will deflect. Future shuts down the initial SCV, forces back the Reapers. Chasing is ambitious, bearing in mind that we do have a reinforcing Reaper on the way for Spirit. So Future has to calm down and pull away. He doesn't chase. Again, it's going to be 4 Reapers, 4 Spirit. And Future's in a bit of an awkward position. He can come in from behind to lock down the army. And he does. Heli volley going off. But the Reapers are being shut down. The first, the second. And the Hellion as well. A better trade for Spirit. 1 Reaper for 2 and a Hellion. And Future was trying to be cheeky, but he got caught out instead. So nice start for Spirit. Future back at home, working on his expansion. Spirit doing the same. Both players getting to their own 1-1-1. And then the game will calm down from here. Spirit floating back home. And will actually be the first to expand as well. I mean, the reason for this is Future is waiting for the orbital, morphing the orbital first. Spirit landing the vanilla CC instead. But the game will progress. The game will progress from here, getting to our tank Raven. Spirit's avoiding Raven production so far, going for drop play instead. So Future will have a little more robust army. Spirit will have potential with those cyclones. I heard the shots and I got scared. It's all good. Shutting down the rocks. A third CC now on the way for Spirit. Very similar to the previous game. I mean, last game was to catch back up. This time it is to get ahead. Here comes a drop play for our yellow Terran. Spirit moving out. Future back at home. Building up his Viking count. Marines in position as well. Drop is headed towards the main. Likewise, Future is ready for any kind of crazy drop play. We have a Viking patrolling the north. Marines ready here towards the south. And Spirit does spot the Marines, thankfully. Does not boost in. Viking will zone. Future getting to his own third CC. Meanwhile, Spirits is almost done. Does have the lead when it comes to the third base. Spirit, he threatens the tank. He thought about it. Spirit pulling back. Future moving out. Bearing in mind that Future does have a Raven lead. Only for a couple of seconds though. As Future did not make a third Raven this time. Just a 2. Moving out across the map. Is getting into reactor to Viking production instead. Okay. With that, he will have air control. At least he's looking to claim it. As Future moves out, Spirit moving in, going for the drop. Ooh, and he doesn't quite... Oh, there we go. Does commit in. Boys are being pulled. Tank has arrived, and the Cyclones will be shut down at the same time across the map. Armies to engage. Third base is denied. Spirit forced to lift up. Still has that one Viking. Getting a couple of hits in. Spirit pulling away. Future getting within range of the racks. Still riding across the map. Spirit might catch some reinforcements though. Oh, the tank. Oh, okay. Tank does pull away. Vikings catching out the Ravens. First Raven almost goes down. Future does rotate. Both players scanning each other. Future pulling back, landing his own third. And Spirit landing his as well. Even though Spirit did have a faster third base, Future catches up. He's able to catch up, able to delay the third base for as long as he could. And now we're entering a more even economic game state. Now Future does have the supply lead, does have the Viking advantage if you recall. Has 5 Vikings compared to the 0 of Spirit. But Spirit instead has upgrades. 1-1 is about to finish up for Spirit's bio. eBay is just now finishing for Future. So there's a bit of a give and take. Where this time the bio upgrade is going to be in favor of the yellow Terran. Future rotating around. Headed towards the natural. Vikings. Oh my, there's so many of them. Jesus. Seven Vikings. They shut down the Ravens, but the disables are brutal. Once again, the tanks on the table, the Vikings will land. And can they buy time? And the Vikings are cleaned up. The tanks as well. Yeah, the disable lasts so long. And the Spirit will clean this up. GG gets called, and Spirit takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Future did well for himself when it comes to delaying the expansion, getting an army supply lead, but unfortunately, the Ravens, once again, the counter Ravens even, did shut down his bio army, sorry, his tank army, I should say, which shut everything down. Actually, very similar to the previous game and how things swung in favor of Spirit, where Future committed to a fight and got punished for it. He got punished real hard, the tanks were shut down, and Future just couldn't protect them, couldn't save them. Could not save them. GG, well played. Spirit will take the series 2-0 and advance on into the next round. And from here, we're halfway through. We are halfway through the night. We've been covering a lot of matches so far. We wrapped up with Baby Marine versus Yomek. We wrapped up with Azura versus Quanta, Art versus Papi. Now Spirit versus Future. We have 3 matches left. 3 matches remaining. It is going to be a PvZ between Young Yakov and Nightmare. It's going to be Chan versus Eba. I'm assuming that's a ZVZ. I'm assuming that Eba's playing Zerg, but we'll find out when we get there. And we also have Art versus Hon Mono. 7 best of 3s. We are halfway through the night, just over halfway through the night, and we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short 5-minute break just to split up these matches, just to take a moment to breathe, get some water, get some snacks, go to the bathroom, drain your disruptors, cuddle your Colossus, tuck in your Tempest, and get ready for the second half. We'll be back after the break with Nightmare versus Young Yakov. I'm looking forward to it, Papi. Looking forward to it. See you guys in 5 minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we have returned with the second half of the broadcast. We have returned with 3 remaining best of 3s here in OSC 2024 mid-season playoffs number 2. We've been working through the bracket, working through the matches, and up next, Nightmare versus Young Yakov. Ooh, we're busting into some PVZs. Let's get ready, let's go. Now, we've already had an upset. Now, when it comes to this tournament, when it comes to these matches, there are some heavy favorites, right? You've got players like Spirit, for example. You've got players like MaxPax. You also have some big names, some big Korean names. I'm talking about players like Björn, like Shin, DRG, and Nightmare as well. Oh boy. But we already had one big upset. We had 4Jimmy. 4Jimmy took down DRG last week, and I mean, yo, if 4Jimmy can bring down DRG, can Young Yakov bring down Nightmare, or will the favored player still press on? Let's go. Let's go. Anything can happen here. Young Yakov has been looking quite impressive. What I will say is that Young Yakov, he was an up-and-comer and a rising star a couple of years ago. I would say like 2020, 2021. I do feel like 2023, Young Yakov took a bit of a step back. He wasn't as active, he wasn't competing as much, and I was a little bit concerned that Young Yakov was going to silently retire, similar to Soul Spirit. For those who remember, Soul Spirit was also an up-and-comer, a very young player doing well, and then retired. So I was a little bit concerned that was going to happen with Young Yakov, but then at the start of the year, Young Yakov joined the Platinum Heroes, and he started competing again. He started being a lot more active in these online tournaments over the past couple of months, and has been getting better and better, getting better results. It's been great to see him return, and we'll see how he compares to Nightmare. We shall see. As we are jumping into game number 1. Is Young Yakov... I feel like we always bring this up. Young adult Yakov. Young adult Yakov. Technically still young. Technically. He's not old Yakov yet. Not yet. He's getting there. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkion, and we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. Oh, going gas first. It is Young Yakov. And if you're in the chat, Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Best of luck, but already interesting. So it's going to be a 14-14. 14 gas into 14 pool, a very aggressive start. Why aggressive? Well, with earlier gases, you can rush into earlier link speed. You can also rush into an earlier Roach Warren as well. I'm curious how far Young Yakov will take this. Meanwhile, across the map, Gate expand to Cybercore. Probe Scout will get eyes on what's going on, and we'll see how Nightmare responds and reacts to his opponent. You can see he immediately checks the gold. Immediately does check the gold base. It is not uncommon for Zerg players to take the gold on this map, so Nightmare does check, does confirm it has not been taken, and now we'll check the natural and soon the main. The drone is spotted. Probe will check for the expansion, and Young Yakov is going for the gold! And Nightmare, he knows. He will chase down the worker. We'll get eyes on the drone and will attempt to delay the expansion, but as Nightmare is distracted, Lings are on the way. Link speed is being researched now. It looks like we pulled out of gas. So 14-14, pulling out of gas. This is not going to be for a Bane bus. It's not going to be for Roaches, but Lings are moving out, and Nightmare doesn't know. Nightmare is in the dark as to what's going on. Young Yakov, really? This was a... no, does commit. Okay, I thought it was going to be a fake out. Does commit to the gold, but Nightmare is vulnerable. Is very vulnerable. Zealot is on the way to defend back at home. Lings are flooding across the map as well. Nightmare is aware of how late the expansion is. He's trying to get ready. Does wall off. Throws down the extra gateway. Probe is in position. We can throw down a building, but the Lings are soon to arrive, and the probe is not ready. The probe is not in position. The Zealot's not done, and we're going for the pylon. Ooh, not quite. There we go. Going for the pylon now. Zealot will pop out just in time. And can we save the pylon? We get surrounded! As Zealot does get surrounded, Zealot is going to fall. Does take down one Ling so far. Boys are being pulled. Zealot will go down, but alas, it looks like the pylon is saved. Nightmare does save the pylon, but had to pull a lot of workers. Had to pull a lot of boys. And behind this, Ling Flood. Remember, with that 14-14, fast Ling speed into the goal base, into a Ling Flood. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Young Yakov kills Nightmare or he dies trying. Sentry's on the way. Big move here with the Sentry. We'll have a force field available. Shield battery as well. Nightmare has limited information, but he does respond well to this. He's playing very safe. Shield battery, overcharge, and a force field. Adepts are on the way. The boys are here though. He pulls them. Oh my god, I thought it was the force field. He locks the boys down. Locks them out. Some of the workers do head into the main. But again, I just assumed that he was going to be mining from the gold. I didn't realize he was pulling the boys. Does fully wall off. Oh, and Young Yakov is locked out. He will eventually DPS down that gateway though. The gateway does fall. Lings are putting him with the overcharge. We're going for the shield battery. Shield battery is under fire. There's how many? There's 2 Lings left. 2 Lings remaining. Down to a handful of workers, and I feel like Nightmare, he has held. Pylon is killed. I mean, I say that Lings are trying to break in. They won't be able to. GG gets called, and Nightmare will hold, and we'll take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. I was not prepared for the boys. But Nightmare was. Thanks to the force field, thanks to the Sentry, Nightmare, he was able to cut off any kind of drone drilling past the wall, of course, was able to fully wall off with the gateway, and Nightmare had a very, very nice last second defense against the all-in from Young Yakov. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Nightmare does take a lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. Young old man Yakov. Oh god. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0. Can he take the 2-0? Is it over here and now? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. Down in this series, we'll see if he can bounce back here and now. Teen Yakov sounds weird. Do we say Teen Yakov after Young Yakov? Still thinking. For now, Young Yakov going for the expansion. Okay, this time, no early gas. No early gas, no early spawning pool. Young Yakov just going for a hatch. I imagine gas pool, standard opener. Was forced to take the unnatural natural, but outside of that, everything should be working as intended. There we go. There's the gas geyser. So no chaos, no nonsense this time. Do appreciate it. Nightmare back at home, gate expand. I'm sure Nightmare is happy to see that the gas and pool are later than last game, and that the hatchery is on time. So we can slow things down and embrace a more standard early game. I emphasize early game because this can still lead into aggression later on down the line, can lead into a 2-base all-in, a 3-base all-in. We can cut workers at any time and go into roach aggression. Young Yakov has options. Go. This game will settle. From here, I imagine Nightmare is going to be opening up Stargates. I say that the pylon is closer to the main, but a Stargate is still a viable option. Could try to go for some other hidden tech, into a Twilight Council, into a Robo. Nightmare does typically thrive in the mid-game in PvZ. He's not the cheesiest of players. Can be quite aggressive, yes, but we'll see what tech structure he goes for. The Overlord is dipping in. And there it is. It is, in fact, the Stargate. So Stargate opener into Oracles. This will lead into a 3rd base. Everything is, again, by the book for Nightmare. Everything looking normal. This Nightmare is going to be pulling back. Likewise, Ling will slip in. We'll get a free scout of the main base, so Young Yakov is fully aware of the Stargate. and might even get eyes on the first unit as well, which again should be the Oracle. It should be. Meanwhile, Adept shading in, forcing a big reaction out of young Yakov as he was not quite ready for this. Lings were out of position, so a lot lost mine time already. Good start for Nightmare. This time Lings are ready for it. Oracle's on the way, and the Ling does confirm. So nice scout from young Yakov. Just gonna be an Oracle opener. Likewise, young Yakov moving out across the map, hoping to delay the third base, as the Adepts are back at home. Ling's getting in position. Oh, actually, gonna be Oracle into Phoenix. That I was not expecting. Okay. Nightmare going for a Phoenix follow-up. This will be hunting down Overlords, and I'm curious if he continues Phoenixes or just gets the one to hunt down Overlords and goes for some hidden tech instead. Overlord is going to go down. Lings will threaten the third. Oracle denied across the map. And young Yakov is getting some damage done, but won't get much. Yeah, Depths, they will clean up all these Lings. Lings are thrown away. Overlord falls. And Nightmare is going for a second Oracle behind this. And again, just focusing on hunting down any stray Overlords. Overlords are pulling back home. Getting back into more defendable positions. Young Yakov going for an earlier Roach Warren. This is suspect. So, I mean, kind of. It's very safe in a way. Typically, against a Stargate opener, especially an Oracle first, you would not throw down a Roach Warren this early on. There's no need to. But the Phoenix might indicate a Glaive Adept follow-up. So, Young Yakov, he's getting ready for the worst. Getting ready for the worst case scenario. Behind this, Forge and Twilight Council looks like +1 and Blink. Initial Adepts are moving out. It's going to be 6 Adepts in total. 4 towards the left, 2 towards the right. Things are being active, and they do try to get this around. We'll catch one Adept, and we'll catch them all. Adepts are getting caught out, for them will escape. But nice catch. Meanwhile, Roach production has begun, but Young Yakov is still droning and working towards a lair. So it looks like it was just a safety precaution. This Roach one, I mean. Making a safety amount of Roaches. Young Yakov being as safe as possible. Even catching out another Adept. Gets one, gets two. Does catch both Adepts. Very nice catch. Oracles being active. These Oracles haven't really done much economic damage whatsoever. They threaten mineral lines, but they haven't gotten in. Oof. As the Oracles will have to retreat, Nightmare taking a lot of damage. Gets one Queen and does get away. Whew, that was close. That was very close. Oracles will escape. Meanwhile, if a Sagemate gets thrown down, curious. Bearing in mind, this is going to be Blink Stalkers, not Charge Lots. I wonder if this is just to head towards Hive Tech, or if Young Yakov has something else in store. Especially against Charge Archon compositions, not uncommon to go for something like Swarm Host, for example, in this matchup. But I imagine this is just for a fast Hive. We'll see. As the Stalkers have been spotted. Phoenix into the main, getting eyes on any kind of crazy tech like Aspire. No Hydroden. And there it is! 9 Swarm Hosts. Let's go. Swarm Hosts are going to be on the way. Now, this is a bold move. I'm not so sure if I'm fond of this for Young Yakov. Swarm Hosts, they have their place in this matchup. But against Blink Stalkers, it's bold. It's going to be 11 Swarm Hosts on the way for Young Yakov. We'll see if we can keep these Swarmers hidden. If we can keep them hidden, keep them safe. Stalkers are poking in. Not too many of them. Nightmare working towards Charge Lots. And more Stalkers on the way. Young Yakov, I was getting supplyable for a moment there. Breaking out. Swarm say rally towards the right hand side. Nightmare, he doesn't see this. He doesn't know. He will for them. Oh, he does spot them. Swarm Hosts are spotted. Nightmare pushing in. We'll chase down those Storm Hosts, getting ready back at home. Nightmare has to pull back. He's out of position. And back at home, there are some Stalkers catching out one of the Swarm Hosts and forcing the Locust Wave as well. Yeah, the Locust Wave is lackluster. Doesn't get any damage. Can threaten the expansion, but I believe it should survive? Question mark. As things are getting chaotic. Nightmare is hunting down the Swarm Hosts and he will get them. And most of the Swarm Hosts go down. The base, was that killed? Was cancelled. Not a bad start, cancelling the 4th. And Young Yakov doubling down with Ling Roach Aggression on the left-hand side, trying to catch out the Stalkers. They're going for the surround. Late reaction by Nightmare. Oof. Gets caught out. And Young Yakov snowballing from here, rallying more Lings across the map, catching out more Stalkers. And Nightmare's in trouble. He does have Storm, but he needs more time. The High Templar are not ready. Overcharge gets popped. Young Yakov going for the kill. Trying to break through, but he won't be able to. Nightmare holds. He's barely holding on. Swarm is coming in. There's still a handful left. Nightmare still has those Storms, but still on 3 bases. Oh my god, the Storms are massive. Oh my god. The Storms, they shut down the Lings. And they soften up the Roaches. Locust, they dive in. Not getting much done. But Young Yakov once again can try and deny the 4th base. As Zeltz spot the main army, there's going to be 1 Storm available. That 1 Storm is so precious here. It's going to get spent. Takes down some Roaches and Ravagers, but Lings, they're flooding in, and we need a Storm. There's no splash damage. Yeah, no Storms left. Young Yakov, he's breaking through, getting on top of the base. The Storm Host didn't get much done, but it was the Ling Roach being active on the map, catching out the Stalkers and denying the 4th over and over again. Not just the 1 time. And Yakov pushing in between the bases. He's so close to breaking Nightmare. Zealots are gaining value, getting on top of the Queens. And Locust Wave coming in. Ravagers are going down. Oh, there's 4 Ravagers left. But not enough of a gateway army. And Nightmare barely doesn't have enough. Has the base, but it's not going to get up and running. The base will fall. And behind this, Young Yakov on a decent economy. We're taking up into Hydras, into Lurkers. He's taking up. You see Nightmare getting into double Colossus production. He needs a little bit more time. Nightmare needs more time. More Locust Waves coming in. Colossus have arrived. They avoid the piles, but the Colossus, oh, he wants them. Oh, doesn't get them. They do pull away in time. Nightmare, he's holding on. He's holding. Again, the Locust Waves, they just buy time. Queens are getting caught out. Young Yakov, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to retreat. Now, Young Yakov, he doesn't kill Nightmare, but again, he denies the 4th. He denies the 4th base. Young Yakov has his own economic lead, economic advantage. Nightmare is oversaturated. At least should be, yeah, oversaturated in the main. So Young Yakov has more efficient mining. And even though the Storm Hosts haven't been able to do much, we have a Night Swarm here on the right-hand side, and Vipers are coming out. The Hive is done. Vipers have arrived, and that is the answer to the Colossus. Is the Viper. Nightmare does spot the Swarm Host. Ooh, forcing the Locust Wave to be wasted as well. Less than ideal. Again, the Swarm Hosts this game have been more of a distraction than anything else. Except for the initial cancel, true. Which, you could argue, started everything. Was the initial cancel on the 4th. Meanwhile, Nightmare building up, now on 4 Colossus, 3 High Templar, each with 1 Storm. But Nightmare's stuck at home. And again, even though this army does look terrifying, it does look quite threatening. Vipers. Right? Vipers, abductions. They can abduct every single Colossus. Likewise, it could also be feedbacked. True. Are we coming in? Oh, the yoinks! He gets 1, gets 2! Feedback's 1 second too late. 2 Colossus going to be going down. Lurkers have arrived. And is there detection? Oh, there's a revelation. But it might just not be enough. First wave of lurkers are going down. Road Ravager pushing forward. The Colossus doing a lot of damage in the back line. The Roaches are very low. They're very softened up. The overcharge. Oh my god. The overcharge barely keeps the Colossus alive. Very impressive defense. Nightmare holds once again. That was crazy. Barely saves the Colossus. Hunts down the lurkers. Expensive losses here for young Yakov. Losing every single lurker. One lurker does make it out. And Nightmare, he's bouncing back. Has to take care though. Pushing on to creep. Nidus behind the army. We can go first around. The Swarmers from behind. I think Hydra trying to keep up. Nice Swarm does finish. The yoinks! The inductions, they shut down the Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Once again. Colossus go down, and that was the bulk of the army. That was the backbone. Swarmers, they don't turn around, they just keep going. They're going for the fourth. At the same time, Nightmare getting into the lurkers. There's one lurker left. Barely does bar in time. Morzel's diving in. We do get the revelation. And the lurker is going to be targeted. Oof, barely goes down. But we need reinforcements. Nightmare, he's running out of steam. He needs more zealots. He doesn't have them. Barely not enough. Archons are targeted down, and young Yakov, he holds. Across the map, the fourth base fell. Fourth base did fall to the Locust Wave. Nightmare, if he was able to maintain his economy, then he could still be in this. I mean, technically he still is. But lost all the Colossus. Having a hard time affording any more. One Colossus on the way. High Templar coming in for Storm. Underlings, they go for the High Templar. Oh my god, they force the pick up. The Ling Hydra pushing forward, going for the Prism. Storms are good, but the Storms are also being spent here on the first army. Prism comes in. We get the yoink. Not enough anti-air. Prism will get away. But the Lunkers, Pappy, they're waddling in. They're getting on top of the third. They take down the Zells. They go for the middle line as well. The last mining base of Nightmare. The only mining base, really. He's running out of resources everywhere else. Oh, will hold on though. Does force back the lurkers. Again, Nightmare just refuses to die. It's like a lot of these defenses have been very impressive from Nightmare. Like, despite being down 20, 30, like 50, almost 60 army supply at times, even more than that. He's holding, he's surviving. But he needs a base. He needs an economy. As every time Yan Yakov can barely not kill him. Oh my god, that's 9 lurkers there. 9 lunkers on the way. Yakov rotates. Swarmhearse is still being active. It's 7 Swarmhearse. I mean, they're helping. Lurkers rotating towards the left. Lurkers are coming in. Oof. Yeah, forcing out storms. There's 1 storm left. As lurkers, they outposition Nightmare. They go straight for the third. The Nexus this time should go down. And nice yoink on that Colossus. Nexus finally falls. GG gets called, and young Yakov will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. A very tense game, and again, very impressive holds and defenses from Nightmare. Despite so much being against him, despite being down heavily in supply, he was able to pull off some incredible defenses and some incredible holds. Wasn't enough to recover in the game, but yeah, did keep it going for as long as it did. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We're now getting into the ace match, the final game of the series. We're going to be loading into Site Delta. Here we go. Getting into game 3. How does this story end? Will we get the upsets? Or will we be in a nightmare? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player forcing the ace match. Can he keep that momentum going in game 3? It is young Yakov for the Platinum Heroes. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. And I know that I was like downplaying the Swarmhost a little bit, as for the most part they were creating distractions and buying time. But I mean, to be fair, the initial Locust Wave did cancel the 4th base for the first time, and that did give the Zerg player Young Yakov a little momentum. Was able to knock down that 4th base time and time again, and never really allowed Nightmare to stabilize. By the time Nightmare took his 4th, by the time he got into a 4-base economy, you could argue it was a little bit too little too late. He was playing too far from behind and was not able to recover. But we'll see. We'll see where this takes us. As Young Yakov is going Hatch Gas Pool, this time taking his natural expansion. Not forsake the unnatural natural this time. So standard opener out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Nightmare opening up Gate Expand into Cybercore. Everything looking normal so far. Nightmare just being as annoying as possible with that probe micro. Trying to bounce those workers around, even forcing one off the mineral line. Just forcing some small inefficiencies here and there in the early game. And it is actually doing some damage. Probe gets away, back across the map. Yet to embrace our tech. Should be a Stargate opener. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say should be a Stargate opener, but Nightmare looking to spice things up, going for a Twilight Council instead. Okay, Pappy, you have my attention. Let's go. It's gonna be a Twilight Council. This could be a DT opener into an Archon drop follow-up. This could be a Glaive Adept opener instead. We have options. Do have options. For the time being, we have not pulled out a gas, so I'm leaning more towards Dark Shrine and Dark Templar, but we'll see. We'll see if we end up pulling out. We have not. We have not, as the initial Adept gets across the map, trading with Lings. Getting 1, getting 2. And we'll confirm some saturation. Getting eyes on the natural. Waiting for our follow-up tech. Robo into a Dark Troll. Never mind! Glaives. Now, what's interesting here is that if we're going for Glaives with 3 and 3 in gas, this could either be Glaives plus a Dark Shrine, or Glaives and extra gateways. Normally it's 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. We could go up even further, up to 6. So far, 4 gateways. Oh no, he pulls out. Never mind. He pulls out a gas. So we have 2 and 2. 4 Gate Glaive Adepts, and we're going for the 3rd. So this is not an all-in from Nightmare. It is aggressive, that is true, and ideally it gets some damage, but this does lead into an expansion and into a later game state. Meanwhile, Young Yakov, it's on him to piece this all together. He has 2 Overlords, 1 on the left, 1 on the right. We have Lings just outside the base as well, trying to poke in. There is a Stalker, which is suspect, and Young Yakov, he doesn't like what he sees. Roach Warren. 4-minute Roach Warren from Young Yakov. Very safe timing for the Zerg player. Overlord is going in. And with this Roach Warren timing, it should finish up in time to make Roaches for the defense. So Young Yakov has the tools to defend, but it comes down to the execution. Likewise, he has SimCity, so he can fully wall off the natural to block off the shade. So Young Yakov is pretty well set up. Adepts are moving out. Behind this, Probe getting ready for the expansion. Again, this is not an all-in. Just not all-in as Adepts move out. We have 16 Lings to defend. The Overlord does get eyes on the Warp in. Young Yakov fully aware. I mean, he confirms as well with the Overlord across the map. And do we get a drone in position? We do not. The shade, they can get shade into the natural. Shade is cancelled. So far, they have control of the 3rd. Picking up some lava. Lings attempt to engage, but they cannot. Roaches are revealed, going for another big warp in. And then it is going to be the Dark Shrine behind this. It is that much more committed. So Glaive Adepts plus DTs. I shouldn't have second guessed myself. But can they break through? Prism takes a lot of damage. Ooh, roaches are falling. Again, roaches in low numbers. They can fall to Adepts. And they are being targeted down. Oh, down to 2 roaches. Another warping of Adepts and Nightmare. He's breaking through. There's 3 roaches left. Oh, the Prism. Up. He wants it. Oh my god, the Prism gets away. The Prism barely does get away. And now we can warp in Dark Templar in a couple of seconds. Dark Shrine is still not done. Meanwhile, Young Yakov, he walls off. How about who's really walled in? Adepts, they go for the roaches. Once again, there's still 4. There's still 4 of them. 5 of them even. Adepts are finally being shut down. But is there a spore? There's a spore at the natural. There is no spore in the main. No spore at the third. And here comes the first Dark Templar. He's going for the hatchery. Oh, going for the roach even. Is on A move. Less than ideal. Spores repositioning. Do you feel like we're missing our moment here? Spore on the way here at the natural as well. That's shading in. DT's into the main. There is no spore in position. We can go for drone kills. But Young Yakov, it has an Novus here. Lair is done. Overseer's on the way. DT's will trade against Lings, I guess. It's damage. There we go. They get 1 drone. Overseer's done. And Young Yakov holds. Whew, okay, this could have been so much worse. I feel like the Dark Templar were lackluster. They got like a couple of Lings, they get 2 drones, not much else. They had a lot of potential. And Yakov does defend. Now, what I will say though, as the Adepts did outtrade, I want to say that the Adepts did quite well. Nightmare has a worker lead. Nightmare, he does have that advantage. He's on 3 bases, up on workers, taking into Blink and +1. Even though Nightmare may not have ended the game, he's still in a better position. Young Yakov has to catch up. He's droning heavily, getting into Roach speed, +2, Banelings as well. Looks like Young Yakov is going to be embracing Link Bane Roach Ravager, which is a solid mid-game composition, but still needs a little bit more time to really embrace that. Nightmare is already moving out. Ooh, a very crisp timing. Blink is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. And is Young Yakov ready for this? He is lacking roaches. He has some Lings, that is true. But not many roaches to work with. Young Yakov was droning, distracted by the DTs. We'll shut them down. Stalker's pushing in. And that is a lot of Stalkers. Adepts say shade into the natural. They will target down some workers. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. That's a kill in the 4th hatchery. And again, the Lings cannot chase off a creep, not like that. There's just too many Stalkers and Nightmare snowballing out of control. Again, the Adepts, they did trade very well earlier against the Lings and the Roaches. And Nightmare is pushing in. And yeah, Yakov just doesn't have the numbers. Does try to engage. Lings trying to come in first around, but Stalkers, they come in from behind as well. And the Roach army here of Young Yakov, it's being thinned out. A lot of roaches are going down. And Young Yakov, he cannot sustain these losses. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Nightmare will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shout out to Young Yakov. He did make a series out of this, but Nightmare did come out on top in the end. Game 2 was wild on Goldenrod. Game 2 was definitely the highlight of the series, I feel. I mean, Game 1 was a lot of fun as well, but here in Game 3, again, the initial Glaive Adept build did manage to trade exceedingly well, did manage to give Nightmare the breathing room he needed to get a 3rd base, to get it fully saturated. Because of the trades, Young Yakov, after initially defending, did not have enough left over to counterattack, to threaten the 3rd base of his opponent, to really keep Nightmare busy back at home or get any counter damage done. Nightmare was left alone, was safe and sound, and snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare does take it. And with that, we're getting ready for our next series, and I'm assuming it's a ZVZ. I didn't check ahead of time, and let's find out. It is. Let's go. We have a ZVZ ahead of us. We already casted a PvP earlier, and a Terran versus Terran. Now we get a Zerg versus Zerg. It is going to be Cham versus Eva. Let's go. We have a ZVZ ahead of us. And I haven't really seen these two players interact too often. Very often the Latin American players and the European players don't really clash just because of the time zones and just because of the preferred servers. They don't often face off, so yeah, I'm curious how they compare. Cham has experience, definitely has experience on his side, but Cham is less active than he used to be. Nowadays, he's more of a part-time player. Cham has, you know, an IRL job that he does focus on, and he plays in his free time instead, so he's not able to dedicate as much time to competing like he did in years past. You know, back in 2020, back in 2021, Cham was full-time, nowadays less so. Meanwhile, Iba has been kind of rising through the ranks, has been very active himself. Curious how they shape up. Let's go. So we are jumping into our ZVZ. Game 1, 2,000 atmospheres. Oh boy. Gonna be loading into 2,000 atmospheres. And Cham can be very chaotic, he can be very aggressive in this matchup. Can his opponent keep up? As spawning in the top right hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg representing, of course, what? Does Eva know what Cham is? Play on Brazil, papi, let's go. In the top right hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Cham. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Eva. Does Eva even know who Cham is? I feel like Eva wasn't even born when Cham was competing in Copa America. Like, it's been a while. Ay. Eba going a hatch gas pool, likewise so is Cham. No crazy openers, no crazy starts. Also, before I forget, predictions, papi. Get your gamba going in the chat for this ZVZ. As a reminder, it is a ZVZ, and I have a hard time kind of picturing a favorite player as well. I think I give the slight edge to Cham. The slight edge, we have seen Eva sometimes struggle against more aggressive Zerg players and unpredictable Zerg players, but we'll see. We shall see. As especially Eva is a faster player, like he's very young, he has a lot of APM, very fast, very quick boy. And Cham opening up with a hatch gas pool. Okay, he's going to be settling in. Get into his gases. I believe his gas was slightly later than that of Eva, only slightly, by a couple of seconds. And we'll see where our players take us. We shall see. I've heard Eba's frustrations when he's up against some of the more aggressive Zerg players out there, whether they're in the Americas or in Korea. But I think his answer to that is to also embrace the chaos as well. So this could just be a short series. I wouldn't put it past these players. not at all. The link speed is going to be on the way for both players as well. So far, everything's looking normal, assuming the link speed is started up for Cham. There is no link speed. Never mind. Cham is skipping link speed, which means he's playing 2 base. He's playing 2 base. He's going to be walling off here with a Roach Warren with an Evo Chamber. Cham does often play 2 base against other Latin American play. Yo, he's crazy. He's lost it. This is illegal. Oh my god. Cham going for a 3rd without link speed. That is wild. This needs to... Okay. Now he starts link speed. Link speed is heavily delayed though. Eba can punish, 100%. Eba can punish this. We'll see if he will. Cham, papi, what's going on? I think Cham forgot link speed. Like, he had the gas for it early, he had the minerals, but he opted not to go for it. So, interesting. So, there's going to be a window here where Eba has link speed and his opponent does not. He can try to make use of that, of course. We'll see how aggressive Eba's going to be. For now, he's just droning. For now, Eba is droning up. He is making a handful of lings. Both players embracing banelings. Ooh, and Eba, he's being more defensive. Yeah, never mind. So Eba, he's making banelings. He's leaving his links back at home. He's not moving out, so Cham will get away with this. He will get away with the later link speed. Cham now going for the Roach Horn, taking more gases. The game will progress. There was potential here for Eba, but Eba doesn't know what we know. He doesn't see that, again, Cham delayed his link speed for as long as he did. So the game will continue. Stop in the name of the Overmind. Oh no. I'm putting you in cuffs, Pappy. You're under arrest. Ooh, nice trade though, Eba, sniping one of those banelings. Gets a baneling, moving out with his lings. Eba behind this is droning. And Eba, can he catch out another baneling so far? Ooh, does pull away. Respects the position. Eba's still droning. Likewise, so is Cham. And we're headed into the mid game. We're headed into Roach versus Roach. That's the direction that we're headed so far. I say that Cham is going to be slightly aggressive. Does move out with some Link Bane. But Eba back at home should be ready for this. Yeah, 4 more Banelings on the way. Cham going for the Queens. Banelings not ready. And Cham will snipe one. One of Banelings gets sniped. The other will be sniped as well. Barely, not even. Cham going for the mineral line. Oh, it does try to target them down, but alas, doesn't get many drones. We'll get another Baneling. Cham, the micro Papi. Very nice attention to detail. Gets 2 Banelings, gets 3 drones as well, pulls away. Get a very delicate micro from Cham. He does out-trade Eba. Cham takes the worker lead. And Eba, he's moving out with his roaches. Eba may have lost drones, but he's moving out nonetheless. And can Cham survive the counterattack? Roaches are amassing. Spine crawlers on the way for Cham. One at the third, one at the natural. Cham knows that he does have an economic lead, but can he hold on to it? As here comes Eba. Eba is pushing in. The roaches are already. They're barely not ready in time. Banelings are headed for the mineral line as well. Cham pulls away. Up the Banelings. They try to crash in. They barely cannot keep up. Oh my god. Whew, very nice response out of Cham. He saves the mineral line, cancels the spine crawl. The confidence. Cancels the spine. Both of them. And Eba backs off. Eba backs off. Cham gets away with it. Eba taking a 4th behind this. Re-droning, resaturating. Ooh, Cham has not taken his gases. Bear that in mind. Eba has. With that, can embrace a higher roach count. Getting to his upgrades. The game will progress. Whew, oh my god. Jesus. As both players, they calm things down. Cham moving out, so both players have comparable army sizes. Eba going for a scout with the Overseer and the Changeling. He's looking for a Spire. He's making sure there is no crazy Mutatech or Hydras. Speaking of, Cham, he throws out the Spire at the 3rd. Wait, the Changeling! The Changeling doesn't check! Oh, he was looking! Eba, he was in the natural, but the Changeling doesn't keep going. The Changeling. Doesn't go behind the 3rd. The Spire is hidden. Cham getting adventurous. Does overextend. Oh, bleeding out a lot of roaches. Does bleed out quite a lot. Rotating around. Trying to keep up. Trying to keep Eba busy. And will not quite get the Queen. Again, Cham making use of his faster roaches, but roach speed does kick in for Eba. Now, what's important here is that Cham is puffing up his chest. Like, he's not making any Ravagers, not yet. Again, he's preserving gas, I imagine, for Mutas. Spire's almost done. Meanwhile, Eba getting ready for Drop-A-Lord. Getting ready for Drop-A-Lord play. Overlord speed is done. Drop-A-Lords are in production. But the Spire did go unscouted. Quickly checking the vision here at Eba. Yeah, he did not recheck. He did not rescout. Eba does not know. Going for a drop across the map. Just the one Drop-A-Lord. Eba moving out. Here come the Mutas. Eba likewise investing into Burrow and Tunneling Claws. But nothing shoots up. And Cham can try to target down all these Ravagers. Changeling's diving in. Cham denies. Drop-A-Lord into the main. So even though Champ Spire's been unscouted, the drop lord can get damage done. Eva dropping in. Sham keeping up with the main army. Get some extra shots off, but drones are going down. Yeah, the roaches are revealed. Roaches on the left-hand side as well. They spot the Spire. And Sham, yeah, not quite in position. He's being pulled apart, has to respond. And he overreacts. He's, oh my god, the fourth base is going to go down. Too many roaches into the main. Drones falling towards the left. Cham dropping down to 40 workers. And sure, Cham has mutas, but it doesn't matter. At this point, does not matter. Gets a queen, gets some workers. But eBay's going for the kill. He's going for the throw. The vials up. They connect. Cham will get the surround, though. Cham has a better concave. He will take this fight. And Cham, can he keep going? At this point, Cham is all in. He has no economy. His economy has been crippled, but did Eva spend too much supply harassing? As the mutas do stand strong, Cham turning around. And Eva, he's going to lose everything here. Yeah, the mutas, they go for the Ravagers. First Ravager does fall. Eva being chased down. He's down in supply. And Cham, send it! Send it! Send it, Bappy! Where are the roaches? Oh my god. There's 2 Ravagers left. Only 2 Ravagers. 3 more on the way. Cham with purely Roach can break this. Mutas going for the dive, going for the Ravagers. Some of the Biles do connect. Mutas are being shut down. Oh, the Biles! Oh, they graze the army. But Cham, he's done it. He's broken through. Breaks down the Roaches, the Ravagers, the Hydras as well. GG, and Cham takes game number 1. Oh my god. that was an intense game. GG, well played. Eva did very well when it comes to harassing, when it comes to that tri-pronged attack. We had a drop on the right, we had a run by towards the left, and the main army pushing in. But even though he killed, what was it, 30 drones? He killed like 20 to 30 drones. Even though he did a lot of economic damage, he forced the all-in. And Cham did have the greater army supply, did have more roaches. The mutas likewise did do quite well across the map, sniping some queens, catching reinforcements, and of course, killing all the Ravagers. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we're jumping into game number 2. This might spiral out of control. Ahí está. God damn it. And here we go, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkion, and we have our blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Eva. Oh my. Going for a 15-15. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Mexican Zerg player. The red Zerg representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cham. El Chamaco, papi, El Chamaco. Oh. Here we go. Eva is going for a very safe opener, 15-15. Will lead into a faster queen, into faster lings, as it is going to be a delayed gas opener for Eva. This usually leads into Roach v Roach. It leads into Eva walling off on 2 bases, throwing down a Roach Warren, Eva Chamber, and going for a delayed third, just because link speed is going to be delayed. So a very safe opener out of Eva. Oh, Cham is doing anything but safe. Cham, calm down, Bobby, calm down. Is rushing into the gold. It's going to be Hatch Gas Pool, gold base out of Cham. And this gold base is not going to be punished. That's what's scary. Remember, when it comes to the builds and the openers of choice here, the way this works, Eva is being as safe as possible. Cham is being as greedy as possible. And Cham will get away with this greed. Eva has no way to punish. The reality here, Eva has no way to punish. Gas now being taken for Eva. Gas already mined for Cham. So Cham will have the link speed advantage and the bailing advantage. That is why Eva is going to be walling off on 2 bases, or at least he should wall off on 2 bases. And we'll see where Eva goes from there. Aye. As Eva has yet to confirm what's going on, the Overlord is checking the natural, will confirm there's nothing there, and then he'll realize what's going on. And Cham is going for a Roach Rush. Oh my god. Chammy's rushing into the Roach Warren. He's crazy. Boys being main outed over. Now Eba knows. He's aware. I'm pretty sure Eba should skip Ling speed, but I'm curious if he does embrace it and try to go for a Ling flood. That is an option for Eba. Is going to be an option. Because of the Roach Warren, Cham is skipping Ling speed. Is skipping Ling speed. Is skipping Bailings, going into Roaches as quickly as possible. And Eva's going to have Queens. Oh boy. Here we go. Gold base is being mined from. Eba has 100 gas, and as you can see, no Ling speed. Yeah, Eba, he's playing 2 base Roach. Typically, because of this opener, because of this safe opener, Eba's going to be walling off. He's going to be throwing down Evo Chamber, Roach Warren, and Lair. And Eba won't be making Roaches for quite some time, so Eba is going to be vulnerable here. He's going to be vulnerable to the aggression of Cham. We'll see if Eba can recognize what's going on. Does for the Roaches. Big scout. Big moment here for Eba. He knows. He now knows what's going on. We most likely need a Spine Crawler to defend as Roaches are amassing. And Eba, he sees everything. He is aware. Eba hunting down Overlords. Roaches are on the way. Eba still... no Spine. It's going to be a purely Queen defense initially. How many Roaches? 8. 8 Roaches for Cham. Does get supply blocked by that Overlord snipe. But I don't know if you can defend this with pure Queen. I'll be impressed if we can. I think we have to pull the boys. We'll see. The Roaches have arrived. Going for the Roach Warren. Oh, that is going to be brutal. Roach Warren is going to be targeted. Eba making a backup Roach Warren further back in the natural. We thought about a Spine for a moment, or actually just trying to break out of the supply block. Roaches are amassing for Eba, but the Roach Warren does fall. And that means that Cham is going to be able to overwhelm. It's going to be 13 Roaches versus 5. Spine Crawler, now it's too late for that, Pappy. Did need it sooner. Eba, even though we scouted the Roaches, he did not respond in time. Did not respect it. Eba Chamber goes down. Eba does have some transfuse. That can help him here in the fight. Cham is going for the second gold. Cham. Pappy. Oh my god. He's an animal. Going for the second gold. Forget all this. Why not? Why not take both gold bases at this point? I mean, he has map control. Cham has 17 Roaches to the 4 of Eba. Ay, ay, ay. Cham, he's only a boy. Leave him alone. It's the Cham. Eba gonna take a third. Eba building in and working on +1. Is restarting. The attempted third base is spotted, and Cham is here to deny. Behind this, no Lair. No Lair whatsoever for Cham. No Roach speed. Just purely hatch tech. Just Roaches and Lings. Lings are on the horizon. With these Lings on the way, it looks like Cham wants to go for the kill. He saturates both golds, and he's going for it. He can morph in Ravager. There we go. It's going to be Roach Ling Ravager. If Eba's given enough time, he can catch up in supply. True. He's building a more Roach Ravager as well. Eba not looking too bad supply-wise. Not looking too bad. Pushing forward, can of course out-control his opponent with faster Roaches. Does dip in, doesn't like one of the Ravagers. Oh, does try to. God, Cham, he avoids the Biles. Getting on top of the army. Biles a graze Eba. Lings are cleaned up. Cham, taking a bile to the face. Queens are coming in. Queens off of creep, they cannot transfuse. But Eba does hold. Forcing Cham back. The goal base is revealed. Eba can't deny mining. Cham taking another one of these expansions. And the Lings, they come in to punish. They shut down the Ravagers. Oof. All the Ravagers are going to fall. There's 2 Ravagers left. And 24 more Lings on the way. Eba desperately trying to deny this expansion. The Biles deny the Ravager once again. Ravagers are denied. Boys being pulled. 5 drones go down. This is going to hurt the economy. Biles, don't connect. They barely do not connect. And with reinforcements, Cham, he is once again getting on top of those Ravagers. There's 4 Ravagers remaining here for Eva. Boys being pulled. It's going to be close. It's still close, man. The miles they connect for both sides. Queens are going down. And Eva, I think, barely has enough. Barely? It's so close. 20 more leagues on the way. Cham running across the map. He's running out of Roach Ravager. Running out of Roaches, running out of Ravagers, but he's getting on top of the Ravagers of Eva. 3 of them, they're still so low. Snipes another. Down to 2. Leads are coming from behind. They will deny them. And Cham, he's overwhelming. Both players lose all their Ravagers. Again, still so close. Cham denied any economy from the gold base. He does have more hatcheries. Does have more larvae. True. Cham has surround potential. Doesn't quite get it. Eva coming in. Can bow down the Ravager. Force the kite back. A clutch transfuse. Does save the Roach. Again, upgrades are in favor of Eva. Roaches are in favor of Cham. He barely is still overwhelming. Even catching an Overlord across the map. A 10 meter supply block. Spiral. Eva, he's going for 2 base Muta. He's crazy. Oh my god. Going for the Spire. And GG. Eva, he just doesn't have enough. Doesn't believe he can break that gold. And Cham will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. Cham. You're an animal. GG, well played. I do think that Eva could have still tried to play that out. I don't think Eva realized how close the economies were. I mean, Cham did have the gold bases, which tells me that even though Cham had a lower, if not even drone count, he had the better economy. True, that is a factor as well. But Eva does tap out in the end. And Cham will take the series. And with that, we're getting ready for the final series of the night. Once again, it has potential to be a short one. Oh boy. Has potential to be a short one here, as we're going to be loading into Art versus Hon Mono in a PvT. Let's go. The final series. Oh my god, we've already covered 6 best of 3s, and we'll go over the entirety of the bracket once we wrap up. We'll get there. We will get there. All the channel points. Let's go. I mean, especially in the ZVZ, like Cham, he's something else. 100% is something else. As we're getting into game 1 on Golden Aura. Now, Hon Mono is similar to Cham in this. He's also an animal. He's Hon Mono. He's hyper aggressive in this matchup. We see a lot of 2-base all-ins from Hon Mono in TVP. He can play macro. If he plays macro, he plays mass marine tank. No marauders. He has his own style, his own builds, I should say, that he does stick to. But we'll get there. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Polish Protoss player, the pink Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Not to be confused with the other Art. Not to be confused. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the purple Terran, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. When are we getting Eric versus Cham? Eric versus Cham is always a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun. My highlights of my career is we hosted a show match between Mio Micah and Cham. Was that end of 2019, I think? No. It was end of 2020. That's it. And or was it 2021? It's been so many years. It was either end of 2020 or end of 2021 where we hosted I think it was end of 2021. We hosted a Latin American versus like Oceania show match for the Ducklings Showdown at the end of the year. We had Jim Rising, Jaime, Arturo Duran Silencio. We had Jim Rising versus Eric, and we had Cham versus Miyamaika. So we had, again, the Latin American Zergs against the Oceanic Zergs, or the Southeast Asian Zerg players. It's beautiful. Wait, no, sorry, not Jim versus Eric. It was Cham versus Miyamaika and Jim versus, was it Go-Go Joey? I think it was either Go-Go Joey or Ender. One of the two. So yeah, so C versus Ladder for the two of them. Yeah, no, it was Ender because it was a battle of the names. That's it. It was a battle of the names because that's why I said his name. It was Jim Rising, who was Jaime Arturo Duran Silencio. That's his name. And it was Ender, who is Ender Napoleon Marquises Acampado. That's it. Oh my god. Let's go. I still remember their full names. Just two players from opposite regions with like insane names. Let's go. We're settling it. Marquises Acampado, pa. Let's go. As the Reaper does dip in, slipping to the main. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council open out of it, so I'm very distracted. I was just focusing on remembering a show match from what, 2-3 years ago. It was a lot of fun, is what I should cap that off with. Seeing the two regions collide like that in ZVZs. It was amazing. It was amazing. For now, though, going to be settling in. So far, Standard open out of Arts, taking into a Twilight Council, most likely into Blink. Meanwhile, Home Mono opening up, yep, with 2 extra Raxes. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Basically, for the Starport to be delayed this heavily is a massive tell that we are prioritizing Marine production, Stim, and just units in general. So this typically coincides with pulling the boys. This should be a 2-base all-in. It's still a little bit early, and technically, Home Mono could throw down a Starport, get into Medivacs, and just move out and work towards a third, but it's Home Mono we're talking about. He will most likely pull the boys with us. So a very aggressive build. This is one of the many, I would say, common builds of Home Mono. And Art, if he's familiar with his opponent, should be aware that this is a big possibility. He hasn't seen much though. Art did not get into the main. He's unaware of the production setup. Oh. You ever said Ender? Yeah. Gavia Napoleon Marquises Acampado. Yeah. Exactly. So Steelbolt remembers. He remembers, man. Let's go. The good old days. Oh. So now we are building up. Stim is on the way. Combat shields as well. Again, this should be a Stim Combat shields timing. Bio army's moving out, and I feel like this is a really early move out actually. The upgrades are still on the way. Home Mono. Okay. He's just getting ready on top of the ramp, hoping to try to catch any stray units. He's not committing yet. I was shocked for a moment there. Meanwhile, Art is doubling down and getting up to 3 gates. So it's going to be 3-gate Blink, much safer build out of Art. This does give Art extra warp-ins, extra stalkers, and it allows him to be assertive. So I really like this build of choice for Art. I do think it counteracts Home Mono quite well, but he does have to slow down the army, is the thing. Home Mono, meanwhile, didn't quite count the gateways. Is set up here outside of the ramp. Does get some people. Oh my god! The Prism! No! The Prism goes down! 2 stalkers as well. Massive catch here from Home Mono, who was in position, who was ready here on top of the ramp earlier, did pull back. And Art is going to be in trouble. And there it is! As we mentioned before, it's Home Mono. You pull the boys, papi. You pull the boys. It is a 2-base all-in, and it's all or nothing for Home Mono. Art is slowing this down, picks away at some of the Marines, but ideally gets a tank. A lot of Marines are being lost, though. Boys not yet able to buffer. Art rotating around. Home Mono still rallying across the map. He is up to 3 tanks. Nice lock on. Oh my god, but that's going to be 13 stalkers. Again, because of the 3-gateway setup here, Art, he has so many stalkers to work with. And Artie's trading well. He's thinning out the army. The tanks force siege up barely out of range. Art's coming in from behind. He's setting up for a surround, going for the tanks, gets one, gets two. Oh, but he gets, oh my, the punish is real. Oh my god, the Stim Marines. Remember, Stim is done. GG gets called. Art, he gets the tanks, but he costs him every single stalker, and Hon Mono takes a lead. Whew. GG. Get Hon Mono. He's an animal. He's an animal, and he does TVP like no other. GG, well played. Homono takes the lead. We'll see if Art can bounce back here in this next game. Again, Art did amazingly when it comes to slowing down the push and picking away at the Marines, but also Homono was being so patient, holding on to that stim, preserving it, and when Art went for that dive, he was punished real hard for it. It wasn't worth it in the end. Did lose everything in the process. Was a last moment, a last second decision there to go for that blink, and did cost Art the game. GG. GG, well played. We're not going to be jumping into game número 2. Going to be loading into a much larger map, an older map, loading into Cosmic Sapphire. Whew. Let's go. Oh, hello Demi, hello. Yo, is Demi in the brackets? I actually haven't checked. Demi hasn't been as active this year, is what I will say. Next time, Bobby, next time. You come back to us, come back to us. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Cosmic Sapphire, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of South Korea, living in the land of Japan. It is Hon Mono. I'm a Dota addict. Este Demi. God damn it. As Hon Mono does go for his initial SV across the map. Again, there was a once popular proxy location here, but looks like we won't quite embrace that. SV just going for the scouts. And Art back at home, settling in. When it comes to a 2-base all-in, I don't think this is the best map for it. Cosmic Sapphire is far larger, of course. Longer rush distance by ground. But Homono does go for the eBay block. Art quick to pull the boys. Will deny the eBay. Will be able to focus down and won't delay the expansion for too much longer. So nice response here from Art. SCV trying to come back in, going for a second eBay. Oh, he's denied. Oh my god, he's going to be denied. That's a kill on that SCV. Will delay a little bit longer, but I don't think that was quite worth it here. He's really going to cancel. And Art gets his expansion. Nexus is on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, Homono going for the racks into factory. Tried to do some damage, but again, I'm not so sure that was fully worth it for Hon Mono. As we're settling into a longer game. MyCaster series? Oh no. Not like this. Oh yeah, I do see Demi up against Milky. Demi versus Milky Cow. A Milky Cow is like he's like the European Hon Mono. True, true. He's as close as Hon Mono as Europe gets. I look forward to it. I look forward to Demi versus Milky Cow. As for now, we just have Hon Mono going for the CC on the high ground, just being very safe. And if Hon Mono goes for a macro game, again, as I mentioned before, it typically is Mass Marine. Actually, something that he has done in this matchup before is he willing not just to make 2 Cyclones, 12 Cyclones. I'm reminded of Hon Mono's matches from, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I believe it was in Sparkling Tunic Cup, where Hon Mono just didn't stop making Cyclones against Protoss. It was great. It worked. It did work. It was disgusting. Okay. Hellions. So, double Cyclone into Hellion. We're okay. Hon Mono, he's not that crazy. Not that crazy. Shuts down the Adept. Hellions behind this, getting into Bio, getting into additional Raxes. Now, once again, that is a second Rax before Starport. If we go for a third Rax before Starport, then once again, I'm leaning towards a 2-base all-in. I'm not too fond of that idea here 2 games in a row, but there it is. There's the third Rax. God damn it. Third Rax is on the way. So far, this is looking very similar to the last game. Very similar. Oh boy. Hellions do dip in. Art holding his own, pulling back. Shield battery is done, and this time Art, he's taking it one step further. Remember last game, Art went 3-gate blink. This time, do one better. 4-gate blink Stalker. I really do like this. Again, there was a lot of potential last game with 3-gate blink to shut down the all-in. With 4-gate blink Stalker, you have a greater chance, as you will have a larger army to commit and to shut down the push. And to turn the tables on Honmono. So after last game, Art, he looked at the game, he was like, you know what? More gateways. More gateways, man. So 4-gate blink Stalker. Hellions dip in. Stalkers will shut this down. Homeowner doesn't get much scouting information. Behind this, working towards stim, working towards combat shields. It's still building up. Now, Homeowner is at least aware of the blink Stalkers. Did see all the Stalkers, did spot the Robo, so he is taking a defensive stance back at home with those tanks. But can he hold? Can he defend? What I will say, no bunkers. So Homeowner, he's not taking a more direct stance here. He's not fully aware what's going on. Because of that, a bit of a lighter reaction, a bit of a lighter response. Actually, Art, he opened up 4-gate blink and he doesn't make the prison. He goes Observer, which gets scattered, into nothing, into a third. Okay, Art's going into a longer game instead. Does start 4-gate blink, but now getting into a third base and working towards charge with a Forger +1, Robotics Bay as well. I'm not too fond of this idea. Basically, it looks like Art went for a very safe start with 4 gates, but can't really make use of them. So his third base is later than normal if he were to go for like 2-gate or 3-gate blink. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? That is a starport. We mentioned before that in the last game the starport was never made, so it was a 2-base all-in where you pull the voids. This time we have a starport. This time we are setting up for a longer game state. Okay, we have macro. We have macro, papi. Let's go. And the Observer sees everything. The Observer does confirm the starport, more importantly, does see the add-on swap, does spot the production, and now Art can breathe easy. You can be like, phew, okay, this is not the same build as last game. I can actually focus on my economy and get into Colossus. So it isn't just that our players are macroing, but Art, he knows that he has room to macro as well. Observer dipping back in. Getting an eye on any kind of move outs. Scan reveals third base saturation. Homeowner is aware. Homeowner, he heard the Observer. He's looking for it, but he doesn't find it. For those who don't know, when the Observer sieges like that, it does make a noise. So Homeowner, he knows there's an Observer somewhere. Does move out. Does move out, is going to be committing. Stalkers, they dive in. They're going for combat shields. Combat shields is denied. Going for the Tech Lab as well. This will drag Homeowner back home. Tech Lab does get shut down as well. Massive delay on production. Denying any additional Marauders. Denying combat shields. Third CC now being thrown down. Yeah, Homeowner is delayed. Meanwhile, it took a couple of scans, but Homeowner does eventually find the Observer. Again, he knew it was somewhere. Did find it. Third base not being taken. Art's back at him, building up to 3 Colossus. Gee, that's a lot of Colossus. 3 Colossi. Fourth base on the way. Art moving out. Hopefully it doesn't run into this. That is 6 tanks lined up. That is a terrifying tank army. Only if Art gets within range. On top of that, though, because of the sheer amount of zealots, if Art can get on top of the tanks, different story. The bio army is on the right-hand side. Art can collapse on this. Art's getting ready. Pushing in. The tanks are exposed. He's going for them. Yeah, the tanks are going to go down. Zealots, they collapse in. 2, 3 tanks go down instantly, and every tank is going to fall. And without tanks, the Colossus, they can reign supreme. They can push forward. They annihilate the bio army, and Art, he snowballs out of control. He has broken the main army of Homono, denies a third. GG gets called, and Art ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Art's able to embrace a bit of a longer game, embrace the mid game, build up to triple Colossus, and was able to catch Homono with his pants down. Again, those tanks can be quite threatening, but they do need support. They need some kind of buffer between themselves and the main army. Otherwise, they crumble. The tanks can, and they do crumble. And here we go. It's going all the way to Game 3. The ace match. It all ends here. The broadcast ends here on 2000 Atmospheres. The final game of the night. Let's go. Get back to the international. Out with you or something. Este Demi. Yeah, a lot of the Oceanic / Southeast Asian SC2 players, they all play Dota in their off time. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. These Dota boys. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of 2000 Atmospheres, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. He has momentum on his side. Can he keep it going and take the series? It is Art. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean, I almost said the Indian, the South Korean Terran player, the purple Terran representing Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. SCV moving out across the map real quick, skirting around the edge, going to be hiding here towards the left hand side, and going for the initial 2-Rax Reaper. 1 Rax back at home, 1 across the map. Now, fun fact, there is a common proxy location here. I do remember back in the day it was very meta to go for Proxy Marauder hidden in between all these tall grasses in the shrubbery, but this is not quite that. Just 2-Rax Reaper initially. I'm assuming Reaper, but there is a build where you only have 1 proxy Marauder production here with the Tech Lab, and you reinforce it from across the map. I'm curious if that's what we're going for. We'll see how committed Homeworld is going to be. Meanwhile, the probe scouts across the map. It's only 1 gas geyser. It's going to be Marine. Tech Lab. He's going for the Tech Lab. He's going for Proxy Marauder. Okay. Okay. It's going to be Proxy Marauder here from Hon Mono. Meanwhile, back at home, going to be reinforced with Marines. This is going to hit very hard, and we'll see if Art can figure out what's going on, as Marauders will be amassing. Like, as soon as I saw the Marine, the stars aligned, Papi. It was the revelation. Let's go. Art's being very persistent out on the map, checking for any kind of crazy proxy. Scouting on the right, scouting towards the left. We'll check that center location, as we mentioned. Again, this was very popular back in the day. Art is aware. When Art is rallied up the ramp, he will scout, he will confirm. Yeah, the proxy Marauders are found out. Art knows. Back at home, we should be getting ready. Shield batteries are required. Shield battery now on the way. And Homeowner pulls the trigger. Now, he doesn't have much to work with, but he pulls some extra boys. The boys have been pulled. It's 1 Marauder, 2 Marines. The boys in a dream. Can Homeowner pull this off? Bunkers are on the way. Shield battery under fire. The first one is denied. Oh, but the second one is going to get up and running. Homeowner going for the... He locks it down. The Stalker. Stalker does fall. Massive pickoff. Adept as well. Marauder does pull away. 1 more shot. Ooh, will survive. But the bunker will not. Yeah, it looks like Art, he is barely holding on. I say that, is the bunker going to finish? It's so close. Oh, it's so close. It looks like it will. The Marauder. The Marauder's still low. Shield battery goes down. One Marauder falls, but the bunker will complete. And now Homeowner, he has an outpost he can pull back to. Catches the Adept. Takes down the probes. Has to kite back. But one of the Marauders getting very low once again. Oh my god. Survives? How? The Marauder lives. Pulls away. Has control of the low ground. 6 probes go down. Still rallying across the map. Shield battery is denied. And Art, he has to give up on the natural. He has to give up on the expansion. Holding on the high ground. Shield battery's on the way. It's going to be out of range of the overcharge of the Nexus. So just a regular shield battery. Getting into another Stalker. More boys have been pulled. More boys have arrived. Oh, that Marauder taking a lot of damage. That could come into play. Again, right now, Art is just buying time. Immortal production has begun. I would love to see a Sentry. Sentry would be insane. Homeowner, he's expanded. He's crazy. He's not all in. I mean, he was. Homeowner out of left field. He's expanding. He's not committing. Oh my god, he has Hydra Vision. The pylon. Pylon is under fire. Thankfully, it's not Narcosis pylon. There's the backup pylon. We'll keep everything powered. No salvage on the bunker. So a nice kill. And Homeowner will pull away. And again, he is expanding. Now, as we settle into a longer game state, Art has potential. He is supply blocked, unfortunately. But the Warp Prism's on the way. With the help of the Warp Prism, Art can counterattack. He can move out. He can try and punish Homeowner. If Homeowner is given time, he can snowball out of control and just outscale Art. That's why this Warp Prism is so important. Rax confirms no hidden tech. Homeowner's aware. I want to see a Viking. Like, the starport's almost done. If we go for a Viking first, just to zone and shut down the prison, that's going to be huge. On the flip side, though, we could go for a medevac, and you can have that extra micro potential with the bio army. You can go either or. Prism is moving in. Yep, Viking first. Is going to be Viking to zone. Oh, and Art cannot afford to lose this War Prism. Ay, ay, ay. Prism is coming in. Bio army towards the left-hand side. There is no stim. Army is spotted. Art will delay the Rax. Trades well against the Marines. Won't lose any units. Ideally, Homeowner with that... I was going to say with the Viking on the way, wants to lure the Prism further in, but the Viking is spotted. So a very nice scout from Art. He's aware of the Viking. He knows to be that much more careful. Behind this now into a medevac. Viking will get some shots off. Not ideal. Art has to pull back. Behind this expanding. Scan reveals the Observer. Observer goes down. And we're building back up. Whew. We are building back up. Homeowner is settling into 2 bases. Art will settle into 2 bases as well. Dark Shrine on the way. I love the Dark Shrine just because of the game state. It's such an awkward game here, and scan's going to be very limited with 2 CCs. I'm sure Homeowner is very motivated to mule. So the Dark Shrine can come in clutch. Speaking of, Homeowner did just mule. So you have to keep an eye on the energy on these CCs. So the Dark Shrine is halfway done. Art's moving out. This nation runs into the main army. Homeowner, he's getting safety turrets. We have 1 turret here on the low ground. No turrets in the main base. So technically, we could still ferry DTs into the main and into the main base mineral line. We'd have to bypass the Vikings, but it's possible. Immortal drop coming in. Very risky. Just as Homeowner moves out, he's going for the tank. Doesn't quite get it. Marines in position. The Immortals are revealed. Gonna be zoned away. At the same time, Uzanaga's in control of Art. Art, he spots the drops. He knows. Art is getting ready. He's getting ready back at home. Did spot the medevacs. Pulling back. DTs are on the way. They're warping in across the map. Drop comes in. Forces a pickup. Art does deflect. And DTs that don't go into the natural, as I mentioned, there's a turret here at the natural base. Instead, they're going for the main. There is a Viking. And there are scans. There are scans available. Speaking of, does spot the Dark Shrine. Ooh, okay, scans across the map. He has one scan left, or he's got a bit of scans left. He's okay. Turret's on the way. The army's not in position. SCVs are going to go down. Yeah, DTs, they one-shot workers. There's the first scan. And do we have a second? We do. There is a second scan available as well. So the DT build, the DT follow-up hasn't done much. Gets 2 SCVs. I mean, forces out some scans. And Arch will back off. Third base now on the way. Homon has been building up quite an army. That's quite hefty, actually. 4 tanks, 2 liberators. This army is terrifying. And Art has been investing in ways to harass, less so the main force. Has 3 immortals, sentries, force fields, true. Force fields are available. Has some stalkers. Blink is almost done. But Homeowner does have the supply lead. And has pulled the boys. Oh my god, of course. It's hard mono, but you gotta pull the boys. The boys are here. Arco gets caught out. Oh, barely does save it. Liberator's a little bit too far behind. Force fields will delay. But Homeowner, he's leapfrogging forward. Overcharge gets popped, and Art, he's up against the wall. Overcharge is about to run out. And Homeowner, he peels off some units, going for the third. Will deny. We see Art trying to come in from behind as well. Going for an immortal drop. Tanks are somewhat exposed. Immortals will come in. Observer goes down. The army just sims into the natural and does focus on the Nexus. At the same time, Mortals are coming from behind. We're going for the surround. We're trying to at least. One tank falls. We get a second, but the Prism goes down. GG gets caught. It's not going to be enough. And Hon Mono will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Homono pulling off the Proxy Marauder. Did so much with so little. Again, with that Proxy Marauder build, with the boys being pulled, was able to get a kill on the natural base, was able to contain Art to 1 base, able to transition faster out of it into his own 2-base economy. The DTs had potential, but didn't get much done, so there was some wasted resources as well out of Art. Likewise, Art was investing into a third that never came into play. As Homono transitioned into a 2-base all-in, because of course he did, because it's Hon Mono. GG, well played. Congratulations. Hon Mono will take the series, and oh my god, with that, we can have a moment to have a look at the bracket. We can take a look at the bracket here. Let's see if, do we have any other updates on Wikipedia? Otherwise, we can focus on challenge. Here we go. Okay, switching our scenes over. It's a big bracket, so it's a lot to take in. I'll do my best. From the top, we have Baby Marine. Baby Marine, actually, can we zoom in a little bit? There we go. We have Baby Marine. Baby Marine, he 2-0'd Jomek at the start of the day. At the start of the night, I should say. Baby Marine, he does take him down, and oh, that is quite an opponent. Max Packs. Best of luck to Baby Marine. He was hyper aggressive and very cheesy and just in the face of Jomek in that last series. Up next will be Max Packs in that best of 3 in the second round. Best of luck to Baby Marine. Scrolling down, we have Mio Micah. Mio Micah versus Lancer yet to occur, also in that second round. There are some matches that we covered last week. We can see Shin took down Ruslock. Jumi took down DRG. Jumi versus Shin still has not yet played out, but I look forward to it. I do look forward to that series. Best of luck to whether it's us, whether it's Wardy, whoever covers that match. Best of luck. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Spirit took down Future. Nightmare took down Young Yakov, and they face off against each other. Spirit versus Nightmare. That's gonna be a close one. I know that Spirit, he is one of the best Terran players in Europe. That is true. Spirit, he's top 3 or even top 2, alongside Clem, alongside Gabe. Spirit is up there. But Nightmare has some killer PvT. We've seen Nightmare bring down Clem before. We've seen him bring down Bjorn. Nightmare, he has... I mean, typically the weakest matchup of Nightmare is PvZ. Nightmare, he does struggle more against some of the Korean Zerg players like Dark, like Solar, like Shin. And we can see here even dropping a map to Young Yakov. So that's where he's maybe at his weakest. But against Terran and Protoss, that's Nightmare at his strongest. So we'll see how he performs there. Scrolling down, we have Cristiano. Cristiano up against Azura in a PvP. Cristiano has been on fire. Cristiano, I think he got to top 4 in Europe when it comes to Protoss players, the Protoss rankings, I should say, just under MaxPack, Showtime, and Skillus. So Cristiano, he is a terrifying Protoss opponent, and he's poised to go far here. I want to have faith in Cristiano. Best of luck to Azura. Best of luck to everyone else. Scrolling down, Nickrak took down Nikic. The potential Nickrak versus either Azura or Cristiano is going to be a lot of fun as well. Nickrak has also been improving a lot. I do think he's also been rising the ranks of European Terran players as well. And yeah, Nickrak is definitely a player to keep your eye on. It can also make a deep run. Scrolling down, Art took down Papi, of course. Art's up against Bjorn. Oh, that's a match. Best of luck to Art. Bjorn, another big name in the bracket. It isn't just MaxPax, it isn't just Shin, it isn't just Spirit and Nightmare, but Bjorn is there as well. So best of luck to those players. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Wayne. Wayne waiting for the winner of Bjorn and Art. We have Geralt versus Spats. Still yet to go. We've been casting a criminally low amount of Spats this year. We casted Spats a lot in 2023, but barely at all this year. So hope we get to see more Spats in the coming months. We have Skillus versus Nightmare, also in another PvP. Skillus, another big name here in the bracket when it comes to Protoss representation. Scrolling this over. Milky Cow versus Demi. Demi, he did say that, mate, it was going to be a spicy series. I look forward to it. I look forward to Milky Cow versus Demi. Winner goes up against Mana. We have Shameless over DNS. That was a big win for Shameless. DNS is a more well-known player. Shameless is a rising star in the European region. So, do wish him the best of luck. Honestly, I think I slightly favor Shameless over Mana, Milky Cow, and Demi. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a Shameless fanboy. Maybe. I'm Shameless, man. I'm Shameless. We'll see. And scrolling down, we have the bottom of the bracket. Before the elimination rounds, the elimination brackets, we have Iba. He fell to Cham. Cham versus Honmono. Oh my, that's gonna be interesting, actually. So, if you're unfamiliar with Honmono, we just casted him, and Honmono, he is an animal against Protoss. He 2-base all in, all the time. Against Zerg players, Honmono is more macro, and he's a lot more turtly as well. Like, he's very bio-oriented, but if he doesn't kill you with, like, I don't know, like 5 into 8 racks, then he will just back off and turtle up and go for a longer game state. Meanwhile, Cham is really roach heavy in ZVT. He's a roach boy. He's very aggressive. So, that's a hard one to call, I'll be honest. That's gonna be a hard one. I think I slightly favor Cham, maybe? And ZVT is also Cham's weakest matchup, I think. Maybe. It's been a while. I haven't casted Cham regularly in a long time. It used to be his weakest matchup. So it's hard to call. It's going to be hard to call. The lesson we learned today is animals always win. True. Not untrue. But yeah, with that, we are wrapping up for today. You may be curious, like, hold up, the bracket, it's like we barely touched it. True. The reason for this, every game is casted. It's a big bracket, a lot of matches, a lot of series, and every series is going to be casted, which is why this massive tournament, which is double elimination, by the way, no one is eliminated. There's still a lower bracket. Double elim, everyone is still there. Look at this. they're all still there. Young Yako versus Future, Nikic versus Papi, DRG's down there. There's still a low bracket. Every match is casted, which is why this tournament is gonna last like 2 months, at least 2, maybe more than that. I don't know. It's gonna last a while. So yeah, the tournament will slowly progress week after week, and we won't be casting everything. Wardy usually casts the finals. Wardy usually casts like the ending rounds, I should say, the final rounds. Likewise, I'm sure some of the other community casters are going to be getting involved. Maybe 1 week Chicken Man, maybe another week Dave Testa, maybe another week Just Jordan or something, you know. Everyone usually jumps in and gets involved. So yeah, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out on OSC Esports, as OSC will be announcing where it's going to be casted, whether it's here, whether it's somewhere else. Yeah, do try to follow where the event is taking place and try to keep up on all that is going on. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate DMs. Oh, do I have DMs? What is oh, okay, interesting. Oh, sure. I mean, I don't have much time to play other games. I'll be honest, I don't have but sure, why not, Bobby? Maybe next week, maybe next week we'll try it out. But with that, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Hope you all enjoyed all the matches. And again, look forward to the upcoming matches in the coming weeks and in the coming months. Again, I'm pretty sure this is going to take like at least 2 months, maybe 3 months. We'll see. It's a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We're going to be heading off for the evening. My voice is honestly peaking a little bit. I'm getting worn out. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Wardy's playing RuneScape. Yo, I haven't played RuneScape in too long. I really got into RuneScape, I think last year. I was like playing for like a good like 3-4 months or something. Like I got deep into old school RuneScape again. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was like my like decompress game. You know, whenever I wasn't casting, whenever I wasn't playing, decompress with some old school RuneScape. So shout out to Wardy also on that. I think like Loco and some of the others also play as well. But I haven't played in a long time. One day we'll get back into it. But yeah, check out some of these other streamers. We're gonna be rating someone who's live right now. Rex is live. Harstem is live. Strange is live. Who else? Someone that's playing StarCraft. Mr. Sadsack. Gemini. Papi. Check out GGE Mini. Is he casting? I know he's been casting a lot of the All Things Protoss. Wait, Gemini's bold? Wait, what? Wait, what? What happened? Wait, what? I'm watching an ad on Twitch. Right? Did Gemini actually? Is that an AI? It's so shiny. Is that real? What happened? Does anyone know? Oh my god! All right. We're done for tonight. Give Gemini some love. Give him some support. We're gonna be heading off for the time being. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be our next event. We won't be casting tomorrow. We are going to be hosting the Pondcast. The Pondcast is tomorrow. If you're curious, what is the Pondcast? It is our weekly talk show where we go over the events of the week in StarCraft 2. So we go over all these tournaments, we go over all these matches, we'll be going over all the weeklies and all the results as well. So it's just a weekly recap show basically, and maybe like a topic or two at the end that we can discuss and go over. So Pondcast is tomorrow. Check it out on TL. Check it out here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.